Good afternoon, buenas tardes a todos. Welcome to the 5th meeting of the WMO Satellite Coordination Group on Satellite Data Requirements for Regions 3 and 4. It's great to see you again face-to-face after all this period. This is our first meeting after the beginning of the pandemic, so it's really, really great to see you again face-to-face. I'm Diego Souza from NPEI, Brazilian National Institute for Space Research, one of the co-chairs of the SDR group and focal point for SDR on Region 3. We also have with us our colleague Marcial Garbanzo, the other co-chair of the group, focal point for SDR on Region 4, and also VLab Technical Support Officer. Marcial.
Well, as Diego said, I'm the focal point for SDR in Region 4. That's why I'm standing here. We're going to show you some interesting results today of the survey and hopefully get to some actions and recommendations at the end of tomorrow's meeting.
Okay. This is our 5th meeting. And we would like, first of all, to thank NOAA, AMS, and WMO for hosting this event and for supporting the participants from the region so they are able to join us today face-to-face. And this is the 5th meeting of the SDR group. And since the beginning, we have been acting as a link between satellite users in the region and satellite operators. That is a very important mission. So we are really grateful for all the support from NOAA and WMO for the work of this group. And at this point here, I would like to acknowledge the previous co-chair of the SDR group, our colleague Luis Machado from NPEI, David Bradley from the Meteorological Service of Canada, Glendo de Souza from the Caribbean Meteorological Organization. They did an awesome job. So we are just continuing on this great foundation. So this is the agenda for the meeting today. We'll have 2 sessions. The first one until 5 p.m. and the second one tomorrow from 4 to 6:30. And this is the basic structure of the meeting. Some of you have joined us recently, and it's the first time that you are attending a face-to-face SDR meeting like Gabby and João and William and some others, Camilo. So it's good to have some background information so you have a context of how the group works. So we will begin after the welcoming remarks and introducing the participants. We will have some background information on the group's history. After that, we'll have some perspectives and updates from WMO and the regional office for the Americas. After that, we'll have an overview of the current situation, the current and future satellite systems and data distribution as presented by NOAA. And we will review today the regional survey on the use of satellite data, the results of that survey, which is the core of the meeting, of this 5th meeting. And tomorrow, we will have the updates on training and capacity building activities. And for the future, tomorrow we will hear from our colleagues in the region, their requirements, challenges, the issues that they are facing, and how the group can help them. Apart from that, we will see how we can establish some links with the RAs, working groups, and committees. And after that, we will analyze the possible actions and recommendations resulting, especially from the survey. Let me just check if I'm recording the session. I'm not sure if we have started the recording. Yeah, we have started the recording. So let's begin with the welcoming remarks. We would like to invite.
Just a quick comment. There is many members connected virtually, so yeah. Thank you for your support from the distance. And it's nice to see some senior members like Jorge Chira connected. Yeah, thanks.
So thank you very much. We will introduce the remote participants too. So we would like to invite Kenneth Hamlin for his welcoming remarks. Take the microphone from him.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be here today. We have quite a good attendance in the room. That looks all very, very promising. From a WMO perspective, of course, the regional satellite data requirements group are very, very important in terms of engaging with the regional activities and to try to understand where the problems are and how we actually can help them. So I'm really looking forward to these 2 sessions we have here, and hoping also to be able to engage with all of you in the breaks and during the whole CMM meeting this week. So I will not take your time more. I'll be saying a few more words during my presentation. So thank you for this opportunity, and I hope you're going all to enjoy yourselves here.
Thank you very much, Ken. We would also like to invite Daniel Villa, which is the technical coordinator for the infrastructure and the regional office for the Americas, for his welcoming remarks.
Okay, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. First of all, as all member of this satellite data requirement group in the past, and right now working in the secretariat in the regional office of the America, we would like, as Ken expressed it very well, to get the SDR group more engaged with the regions and with the region activities. And well, I'm here to help with that. So thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Daniel. And would also like to invite Natalia Donahoe for her welcoming remarks. Senior International Relations Specialist from NOAA.
All right, after years saying good morning, good afternoon, whatever, I'm finally happy to be here in person, and waves from sweltering Madison to everybody who's logging in online. I don't know if you know, but this is a birthplace of satellite meteorology, so this is a really timely and really good place for meeting like this, connecting users and satellite operators. So I hope you have a great time. I cannot wait to connect with all of you and network and talk in person. So enjoy, and thank you so much for organizers for bringing us here. I know it's not easy with all travels and organizational stuff. So welcome and enjoy your time here. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Nat. We also invite Eric Madsen for his welcoming remarks.
Well, welcome everyone. I'm glad you're here. Muchas gracias para viniendo. I'm glad you're participating, and we are looking forward to hearing what you have to say. It's very important for NOAA to hear what our users are saying, and we do take it very seriously. So muchas gracias.
So thank you very much. Let's introduce the other participants of the meeting. You may pass the microphone around.
Hi, everyone. I'm Steve Goodman. I think most of you know me. I was the GOES-R chief scientist until I retired from NOAA in 2017, but I'm back and advising the GOES-R and the GeoXO programs.
And I'm Sherry Morris. You probably have heard my name. I work with many of the international partners in organizing the WMO workshops. And Steve is also helping me plan the GOES-R training in the future and how we're going to grow the trainings. So this is good for me to learn and meet everybody.
Hello, everybody. My name is Diana Rodriguez, and I work at the National Meteorological Service of Argentina, especially in remote sensing. And le doy las gracias a NOAA y a la Organización Meteorológica Mundial por permitirme estar aquí y compartir con ustedes.
Hi everyone, my name is Camilo Barahona. I am here like a representative from Chile. I am interested in all about satellites and especially in synoptic meteorology applications. So thank you, Madam.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Kenneth Kerr, wearing two hats today from the Caribbean Meteorological Organization as the Science and Technology Officer Designate and as the representative for the British Caribbean Territories. I'm just here to ensure that our regional views are advanced so that we can get to a place where we are comfortable with the satellite data that we have. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Giancarlo. I am a student of your University of Costa Rica. I'm come here to present the poster. Nice to meet you, everyone.
Thanks.
Good afternoon. I'm Bernie Connell. I work with the Cooperative Institute for Research in the Atmosphere, CIRA, and it's at Colorado State University. It's one of NOAA's cooperative institutes. And I've worked with the VLab for, a number of years. And I'm currently a co-chair of the WMO VLab. So the Satellite Data Requirements Group has a lot of interaction and a lot of opportunities for us to collaborate. So I look forward to this meeting.
So hi, everyone. It's nice to meet you all. My name is Sandra Torres from INAMI, Ecuador. It's remote sensing, a new topic for me in INAMI, but I was working for National Polytechnical School with satellite data MODIS. And it's a pleasure to be here. Thanks, NOAA and everyone.
Hi, everybody. I'm Gabriela Gomez from the UNAM, Mexico. I am at the National Laboratory for Earth Observation that is inside a Geography Institute. And I'm really pleased to be invited, and I thank NOAA for support. And hopefully we can improve the participation or increase the participation of Mexico in this group, because I think we can provide information and we can also learn a lot of, and it will be the perfect place to get all the people in Mexico together to work with meteorological information.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jose Galvez. I'm at the moment, I'm the current lead in the WPC International Desks, which is a program in NCEP in Collegeville, Maryland, where we do trainings in operational analysis and forecasting of weather and climate. And we're big satellite users. I'm here as audience right now because my work is mostly on conducting trainings also with satellite data with Bernie Connell and others. But it is of a lot of use for me to understand what is the current status of the data and the needs for the region, so we can adapt our training in coming months and years to whatever the region needs. That's all. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Joao Guaman. I'm from Peru. I am a representative of National Weather and Hydrological Service of Peru, SENAMI. Well, I work with GOES data, focus on nowcasting, and it's a pleasure for me is here. Thanks.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is William Abarca from El Salvador. I work at the Meteorological Service, and I've been working with the processing and visualization of satellite data, mostly from GeoNetcast Americas product. Thanks.
Hi, everyone. I am Carol Subrath Ali from Trinidad and Tobago. I'm really glad to be here in person. Thanks to Eric and the team for having us here. Really glad to see COVID going the other way.
We all are.
Hi, everybody. My name is Matt Arquette. I'm from the Meteorological Service of Canada. Very happy to be here, responsible for the geostationary and polar orbiting networks in our meteorological service. And yeah, excited to talk with everybody and enjoy the meeting.
Hello, everybody. Jordan Girth here with the National Weather Service Office of Observations. Glad to be part of the audience today. Thank you.
My name is Mauro Fonseca. I am a student of the University of Costa Rica, and I participate in training of satellites for the Region 4 2 years ago, and it's a pleasure and honor for me to stay today here. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? I think we have covered everyone. We have some participants attending remotely, so we invite the participants to unmute and present themselves. So I'm seeing Jorge Chira from Peru. Hello, Jorge.
Hola, Diego. Es un gusto saludarte. Hola, Marcial. Es un placer verlos remotamente. Para mí es una alegría esta reunión. Esta vez estoy participando remotamente. Bueno, ahí Joao está bien representando al Perú. Thank you for this organization. Every time that we meet this meeting, we learn so much. Thank you for the organization and for inviting us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Muchas gracias, Jorge. We also have Julio Cabanarit from Venezuela. Hola, Julio. Can you hear us? Julio? Meanwhile, we also have Kathy-Ann Caesar from Barbados. Hello, Kathy-Ann.
Oops. Yes. Hello. Good
Hello.
day. Kathy-Ann Caesar from the Caribbean Institute of Meteorology and Hydrology, located in Barbados. Actually, we always have to be careful. We don't really represent the Barbados Met Service, but we do actually also represent BCT as well. I have been part of the SDR meetings for a number of years, starting back in early years when the meeting was initially started in Brazil, in that era. And it has been a pleasure being not only part of the meeting, but also helping coordinate training events. My main responsibility at the CIMH, which is also a Center of Excellence in Satellite Training, is the coordination of satellite training classes, both regular and workshops and special events. And I hope to be able to contribute on that as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Kathy-Ann. And we have Joel from Guatemala in Sivume. Hello, Joel. Can you hear us?
Hello there. I work at INSIVUME, which is the National Service for Meteorology in Guatemala. I have been working for a few years at the Institute. I started working with radar information. Since 2018, I have been working with satellite data. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you.
Thank you very much, Joel. And we also have Ian Averick from NOAA. Hello, Ian. Can you hear us? Ian, are you there?
Hello, this is Ian. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Hi, I'm sorry. Yes, this is Ian from NOAA. I've started recently as the ATRID MWIN program manager, and I'm really just a lurker at this meeting. I know Natalia is going to present some slides. I'm interested in hearing the discussion there. It's nice to see you all. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ian. I think we have covered everyone. Julio from Venezuela said that he is having problem with his audio, and he salutes everyone. So let's go for the next topic of the meeting, which are the SDR updates. Let me just open the presentation. So we have, let me just change the display settings so the ones who are online also see it, maximize it. We mentioned that some of the participants have recently joined us. in the group. And so it's good to have a background information of the mission, of the history of the group, the objectives, so you may understand our goals. So basically, the mission of the SDR group, the group has been created to act as a bridge between the satellite operators and users and address users' concerns, facilitating the use of satellite data throughout the region. We have other similar groups that has been established under different names for different coverage areas in other regional associations. We have the RA-1 Dissemination Expert Group, the RA-2 WIGGLES Project, and the RA-5 Task Team on Satellite Utilization. So through these groups, WMO members can express their requirements for specific satellite data and products, and coordinate the planning and deployment of satellite data reception, equipment, and related training. And this is the webpage of the SDR group for regions 3 and 4. This has been recently updated thanks to Costa Rica. This was one of the actions proposed on our last meeting. And here at this webpage, you may see the terms of reference, the members, country status, which we will talk a little bit more later, the actions and recommendations, teleconferences, previous meetings, and other supporting documents. So here are the expected benefits of the SDR group. Basically, we need to help identifying the user needs for satellite data products and associated training, ensure an effective dialogue between the users and providers, find user-friendly and affordable cost-sharing arrangements for data access and distribution, preparing for the new generations of meteorological satellites, supporting operational services, application development, and capacity building in meteorology and related fields in the region, and exploit synergy through the links with other users, applications, and geo-societal benefit areas. So in other words, the group has been created to be the source of information from the requirements to data utilization, clarifying several aspects from satellites, their sensors, data distribution, processing, and other aspects of interpretation and utilization. So we have created this timeline, a very high level overview of the history of the group, right? And we have been working until now on 27 actions and recommendations resulting from 4 or 5 face-to-face meetings, discussed in 30 teleconferences, analyzing up-to-date information from 4 surveys. So here you have some key events or key achievements throughout the years, right? And here the number of teleconferences between these key events and some key satellite launches during this period. So let's explore this a little bit more so you have an idea of what has been done until today. It all begins here with the task team on satellite data requirements established in 2009, led by NOAA, NPAY, and WMO, with participation from other countries as well. And the main objective was to improve the dissemination of satellite data and products in the region. So the task team developed an initial set of data requirements and gathered information regarding the available mechanism. So the basic idea here was to map the gaps that existed and in order to make the best use of the available solutions. So here the group worked on an initial set of requirements with the data sets, desired formats, frequency, format expected in the future, among other specifications. And this work helped us as a base for future working arrangements. So as a follow-up, the results of this testing has been published. The WMO Commission for Basic Systems encouraged the formation of a standing coordination group in all WMO regions, and the WMO Secretary General invited the nomination of candidates for this group. Also in 2012, we had a WMO survey on the use of satellite data, and the results of the survey were very, very important, highlighting the main challenges for each region, like resource constraints, limited access to near real-time data, data processing issues, among others. So the follow-up on the testing activities and the results of the survey were very important for the next step, the 2013 preparatory meeting of the SDR group. And the main objectives of this meeting was to prepare the future working arrangements for this group. So among the discussions, we had the status of documenting these user requirements, training recommendations, data providers and users' perspectives. And also the meeting recommended that future sessions of RA-III and IV would endorse the establishment of the SDR group, which is this formal endorsement was required, and that happened in April 2013 for Region 4 and March 2014 for Region 3. And this formal endorsement from the RAs was necessary. And here we began officially working as the SDR group. And one of the first actions taken by the group was to mitigate the loss of GOES 12, which was covering South America during that time. And during normal operations, we had one full disk image from GOES 13 every 30 minutes. And during the rapid scanning operations during the hurricane season, for example, we had an image for the regions below the equator every 3 hours. So through the work of the SDR group, we have the members gave their feedback saying that this was not sufficient for their operations. So NOAA proposed that 2 additional images per hour could be provided. And the geographical position of these sections were discussed by the SDR group. And the missing regions, we have worked on creating mosaics with Meteosat data and other LEO satellites. Diana was during these discussions, and this was a very prominent topic during these early works. And on 2014, the group worked in a regional survey, and some key aspects has been identified, like an overview of how users receive and access satellite data, how they would like to receive satellite data in the future, and their latency requirements. Then on 2015, we had the first meeting of the SDR group held during the NOAA Satellite Conference, and where the terms of reference and the expected benefits of the group have been discussed, as well as the recent activities, the internal organization of the group, some task has been created regarding access and training, and some actions and recommendations has been defined to support the transition to GOES-R. Also in 2015, we had another regional survey focusing on the prioritization of products, access, applications, capacity building, GeoNetcast issues, and the new generation of satellites. And as an outcome, we had the prioritization. The group worked on a list of priorities, data priorities for the members, a list of hundreds of products prioritized by the SDR members, and this served as a base for future decisions. Then in 2016, we had the second meeting of the SDR group hosted by the Meteorological Organization, the Meteorological Department of Curaçao, where the actions from previous meetings have been presented, like the roadmap for regional data distribution, the results of the survey, regional satellite training needs, GeoNetcast Americas, and several sessions on GOES-R readiness products and applications. And this has been very, very useful for preparing for the next generation of satellites. These are some print screens of the roadmap developed by the group and presented by Glendale de Souza at that time. And the group used heavily this reference document with technical specifications, costs, and possibilities when it comes to access to GOES-R data. And apart from that, at that time, we are getting near the launch of GOES-R, and NOAA provided a lot of information of the upcoming products. And because many of the members wouldn't be able to purchase a GRB at that time, we have been discussing how we could use strategically the bandwidth available on GeoNetcast Americas to support this transition to GOES-R and JPSS. Finally, November 19, 2016, GOES-R has been launched, and the group kept working on how to facilitate the access to the community. On the next year, 2017, we had the third meeting of the SDR group in New York City, and the main achievements of this meeting were several actions to support the transition to Goal 16, which was recently launched, working with these preliminary data sets that we already had our hands on it, and reviewing the SDR requirements list in light of the forthcoming JPSS data and products. Then JPSS 1 launch happened later on that year on November 18, 2017. So based on the actions from the third meeting, the group worked on a list of requirements related to JPSS data on GNCA, and these products have been added by NOAA to GeoNetCast. And today we have many JPSS data sets available on GeoNetCast Americas. Then on 2019, with both GOES-R and JPSS datasets available for some time, we had our fourth face-to-face meeting where we followed up on previous actions, assessed the status of satellite data and utilization in the region, and updated the community on the latest information on the new generation of satellites. And also a big number of actions and recommendations has been defined, and among them, the countries, as we call it, the country status webpage with relevant information from members. So this is a living webpage that members send their information, and we are constantly updating this webpage. So with these efforts, we can have the current status of our GRB stations, our HRD stations outside the US, which is a very nice achievement of the group. And also all the GeoNetCast Americas stations, which in 2022, thanks to the Caribbean project, the Eastern Caribbean Island project, we will have more than 100 stations. Apart from that, in order to make the group more, to raise the awareness on the SDR group, we have created this quick guide, like the GOES-R and JPSS quick guide. We have created a quick guide for the SDR group with the key information on the group in English, Spanish, and Brazilian Portuguese to reach a bigger audience. Apart from that, one of the actions that we have defined in 2020 to apply a new survey, as we are going to see today. And as we will see the results, we have received a very great number of responses from many countries. So this is it. So this is a basic overview of the history of the SDR group for you to have an idea of the working arrangements, the great work that has been done until now, and how to proceed in the next years. So how we are going to act, the possible actions and recommendations defined on this meeting, we will discuss on the next sessions and tomorrow. So this is it, and let's go to the next presentation. You have any questions or comments? Okay. Moving on. WMO SEC updates. Let me open the presentation. I'll pass the word to Kenneth Hammond.
Thank you very much. So, hello everybody. Oh, what happened there? It went by itself. Anyway, I'll give a few words about what we've been up to at the Secretariat, and mainly focusing then on things which are of maybe of relevance and interest to this group here. So we'll talk a little bit about core satellite data and the WMO data policy. We also have an expert team for space systems and utilization. I'll give some information about that, and I will explain why I want to talk about that here. A few words about the WMO global survey on satellite data utilization, and then a few words about Oscar Space, the recent developments, and just to highlight what you can do with it. So WMO has last year approved a new unified data policy, which replaces three existing or previous data policies, one on weather, one on hydrology, and one on climate. And one of the big problems with the old data policy from a space point of view was that it really didn't acknowledge all of the things that we actually can do on the space side and how we actually contribute towards not only weather but to hydrology, climate. And actually at WMO we are now taking a Earth system monitoring and modeling approach, so basically an integrated view, and this also has to be considered. There seems to be some automatic slide changing going on here, which I didn't disable. Sorry about that. So, but basically we now have a single overarching data policy which basically covers all of the Earth system aspects. Now, when we talk about space, of course, one important part is the space component in the WMO Integrated Global Observing System and in the vision for 2040. And that describes the space and surface-based observing networks we desire to operate by 2040, but particularly it breaks down the space-based component to four subcomponents: the backbone system with specified orbital configurations, open orbit configuration, then some operational pathfinders, and then additional capabilities, basically already now starting to recognize the contribution that will be done by commercial operators. So when we then compare the new unified data policy with respect to the other one, to the old one, and particularly focusing on resolution 40 here on weather, the 40 covered only weather. Now we talk about system data. In the past, we spoke about essential data that shall be exchanged and additional data that should be exchanged. We are now talking about core data and recommended data. Furthermore, in the past, what should be shall be exchanged was actually to some extent listed in the data policy. Now the specifics on core and recommended data are referred to technical regulations, primarily manuals on WIGOS and GDPFS, Global Data Processing and Forecasting System. We also give clear terminologies like free and unrestricted, what we actually mean with that. And finally, which is also quite important, we are trying to address not only the NMHSs, but we are addressing the members, the WMO members. So we cover also exchange of data between all partners, including the private sector and academia. For some of the data types in Annex 1 to the draft data, we have in broad terms described what we want to do for 7 different application areas, weather and climate, but also space weather, for instance. But these are very just sort of broad categories, and the idea is to provide more details in the future. And specifically on satellite data, the vital importance of satellite data is now clearly recognized. This is what I mentioned already before. However, the concept of core satellite data is still framed primarily in terms of importance to global NWP and nowcasting. No specific data sets are listed, as I mentioned, and no particular position regarding provision observation data by private sector is noted. So it is up to the members and the space agencies to decide how they actually want to derive the data. WMO doesn't have a stake in that. I mentioned already it's addressed to national governments, so WMO members, and we cannot dictate, of course, what private sector entities should or should not do. So this is then on a national basis what you have to decide. And reflecting guidance provided in the WMO data conference, basically core data is considered mandatory irrespective of origin, which is having some implications on commercial satellite data. So what we did at the WMO Space Program was that we looked at, first of all, what kind of requirements do we have? What data is needed? So we use basically the WMO OSCAR space, and also the Vision 2040 for WIGOS, and additional material to look at what are the requirements, Then we looked at what are the space agencies today and in the near future providing, and then we tried to set up tables, which you can see here, some brief overviews of these tables, listing what the various agencies are able to provide. Today, we are now engaged with bilateral discussions with the agencies to actually then come to a bilateral agreement on what the space agencies and what the countries then can agree to as being core satellite data. And then we need to table that and present the way forward. And how we're actually going to table it, we need to still agree with our delegate bodies. But the idea really is to, first of all, harmonize a little bit some of the data access issues. For instance, geostationary data from EUMETSAT over Europe and Africa. Today, it's only hourly data which is open and free. In the US, of course, you give everything out. So there is some disparity here which we would like to resolve. But of course, when we then talk to EUMETSAT, they have a certain process to ensure that they can do this. So it will take some time. WMO has nominated a data policy coordinator who's doing this, and we have started to present these results to our delegate bodies, and we will go to the Infrastructure Commission meeting, which is coming up, to explain and to actually to ask their guidance for how we're going to document the agreements with the space agencies. Important in this is also that the agreements with the space agencies will be reviewed and updated regularly, and of course in consultation with the space agencies. Moving over to the WMO expert team, which is basically under the Standing Committee on Earth Observing Systems and Monitoring Networks. I will not go through, these are the terms of reference, but what I would suggest is that you will have access to these slides later, and you can look at the details, and you can see, and we have highlighted here some of these things which actually have a great deal of relevance for the SDR, where we can work together in a more efficient way in order to achieve what we want to do, in order to establish what is needed as satellite data and how we actually serve our members, also for instance, developing countries, small island nations, so that we actually get a very good common understanding of this. So you can see here the expert team, ET-SSU expert team on space systems and utilization. We are looking at how we actually can coordinate with the regional activities support. We are talking about training related activities, and even satellite data management, which is looking at how to actually get data to where it needs to be in a form it needs to be. We have other issues as well, which are maybe not so much discussed in the SDR, radio frequency calibration, but validation again is another very important thing which we need to look at jointly. And then of course we look at linkages to other international initiatives like and organizations like that are done by the Coordination Group for Meteorological Satellites and the Committee on Earth Observation Satellites. So if you look at some of the specific responsibilities which have been agreed, is that we do look at the WMO rolling review requirements. So here a clear link to what is done in the SDR work. We nominate the VLAB co-chair representing a center of excellencies. So this is again something which has regional relevance and a very strongly linked to VLAB. So we've been supporting in the past the regional activities. I don't know if I can get rid of that. It's a bit disturbing. And this is just a reminder to all of you that, of course, it's not only Region 3-4 SDR group, but we have similar groups also in Region 2, 5, and 1. And one thing which would be important also is to try to sort of look at what are the common issues across the regions? What are you doing here in Region 3 and Region 4 SDR group, which is really good? How could the others learn from that? And maybe there's something that is done in the other regions. There's some lessons learned that you could also take into account. So we want to encourage a dialogue also across all regions. So this is something that I think we need to discuss in the future, maybe to start off with, to have maybe a telecom between the various SDR chairs and to see what are the common issues we are looking at dealing with. We have to recognize also that we can't do the same thing everywhere, because all the regions, they have their own challenges and own issues. For instance, in Region 3-4, NOAA is providing such a fantastic support to all the satellite activities in that region, and EUMETSAT is doing the same thing over Europe and Africa. The situation is not bad in Asia either, in Region 2 and 5, but there you have several agencies providing data. You have JMA, KMA, CMA, and so it's a slightly different kettle of fish to sort of deal with when you have also different dissemination mechanisms. So, but I think we could learn a lot from having a closer interaction here. This is just a list of our members. So we have tried to have an inclusive membership list. We've been trying to look at all kinds of things, including gender balance, regional balance, northern hemisphere, southern hemisphere. But it is, of course, always a challenge to get things really balanced. But I think we are looking pretty good now. And of course, we have excellent support from Natalia, who is here today, and also others from the US, and we have also support from South America. So this is all pretty good, and I hope that is actually one way to ensure that ETSSU takes also your concerns into account. We are going to have our first face-to-face meeting in September 2022, and we are trying to also to ensure that we get the SDR chairs to join in, if not in person, but at least then virtually. But I really think it's important to have that transparency to the activities and ongoing dialogue. The global survey on satellite data utilization, I don't really have that much to say about it, because we have just collected the responses. We are still going back to some regions to get some more responses. We are not really quite happy with the full coverage, and the review is ongoing. And when we then look at the regional survey, of course, that will be presented separately. And there has been some confusion a little bit between why do we have two surveys? What are we doing globally and what are we doing regionally? But maybe we'll get back to that when we listen to the regional survey. But we have slightly different objectives, and we did try to actually streamline the two surveys to the extent possible. So here just a short overview of the feedback we have received, and you can see it's quite variable. And for instance, today the Asian response is really dominated by a lot of responses from China, which will bias such a survey, of course, because it will then highlight issues or benefits of using a CMA cast and the Feng-Yung satellites. So we have to be quite careful in how we actually interpret then the results. So we are going back and looking at how we can strengthen that part of the survey. I'd like to just emphasize Oscar Space. We have over 700 satellites, 1,000 instruments. There is a lot of updates all the time. It's supported by the satellite agencies, and it is therefore an excellent tool. And I think that already before I came to WMO, I was using it almost daily, and you can really find a lot of useful information, and you can actually do a lot of interesting things. And we are currently all the time trying to improve also the interface to it. So we have now implemented information about data latency. So you can look at what is the data latency for the satellite data. We are trying to look at the frequency issues, what frequency issues we may have. So also that is available, mission objectives, and we work more and more on this. There is an Excel export for gap analysis, so you can look at what are the requirements, what are the satellite data needs, and then you can look at what is captured in OSCAR and what is how are those requirements met. So this is just to remind you of OSCAR Space. So if you just do a search on the internet, if you do just OSCAR, then you might get some actors. But if you do WMO OSCAR, then you might then you should get OSCAR quite pronouncedly up at the top. And you can see here space-based capabilities. You can click on that, and then you get OSCAR Space. And we have status of the satellite, current status of the satellites there. You can find that as well. We ourselves use it to do a gap analysis to see how well is the space-based component today matching up with the WIGOS vision. And there are some gaps there. And then we take that back to the space agencies and discuss with them how can we actually advance the implementation of the WIGOS 2040 vision. And here's just another chart on the gap analysis, and I will not go further into details on that. I think I'm being chased off. So here is my summary. I have put here in my summary slide a little bit more than I was talking about. This is just a broad overview of what we are doing at the space program, working on data exchange, user support, space agency support, support to other WMO programs as well. And of course, we get a very strong support from our joint expert teams. There are various expert teams, other initiatives. You have a satellite coordinator. And really important to us is the fantastic support we are getting from the space agencies. Here I would like to thank especially NOAA, who is actually giving a substantial contribution to a WMO space program's trust funds so that we can actually do the VLab work and we can do the support to you. And without the support from NOAA, this would be much more difficult. So we're really grateful to the support from NOAA. And with that, I would like to conclude a short, brief summary.
Thank you very much, Ken. I think we're going to have some time at the end for questions, so we can move on to the next slide.
Good.
Thank you.
While I just would like to mention that we already have an action 5.1,
Yep.
have periodical meetings with the other SDR regional initiatives to discuss common challenges and findings. We will discuss a little bit more tomorrow
Yeah,
at the end
tomorrow
of the meeting.
towards the end. So our next speaker is Daniel Villa with the updates from the WMO regional office.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I would like to introduce some activities we are dealing in the WMO regional office for the Americas and how those initiatives are linked not only in the global scale, but also in regional scale, and how the SDR group is linked into the region, because here we have two regions, Region 3 and Region 4. The Office of the Americas support both regions in WMO. So I would like to tell you a little bit about our work. I am right now the technical coordinator of infrastructure, where satellites are involved, of course, but not only satellite, all the observations. So I will go the outline of my presentation. about, the regional office for the America, the regional 3 and 4 working structure, which is different in these 2 regions. The regional implementation plan, this is quite important because this is some like the Bible for the regions. This is the compromise of the regions with the organization. What we would like to do and what we are compromised to do during certain period of time. I will show a little bit what the region are compromised to do during this year to 2022, and which are the regional priorities for the coming years. So what the region decides to work with during the next periods, for example. So I would like to start just to show you the mission, vision, and objectives of the strategy of WMO. So here you have some kind of highlight what the things are in the organization. So this, I believe that the vision is something quite important because we need to have more resilient socioeconomic consequences of extreme weather, climate, water, and other environmental events. So and here is clear the inclusion of a space. So right now the organization is go through a reform process, and we have right now 5 different long-term goals. Number 1 is related with services. The second one is related with infrastructure where we are linked, and also with science and innovation, which is something very important to move forward, and also with the member service, because our office is the link between the organization, the secretariat, and the members, who are the real owners, I would say, of WMO, because WMO exists because of the members. So looking at the value change of the national meteorological and hydrological services, we start from observations. So without the observation, we have nothing. So this is something quite important, and satellite data are located here in the first part of this chain. So this is something we need to consider very seriously, because lack of data, nothing in the chain could be achieved. So this is very important. We start from observation, then we need to exchange that observation, and can talk a little bit about the new data policy and how the satellite data will be involved on that. And from there, we start all the process. First, we have the forecast from nowcasting to decades. And then we go to the second part of the value chain, where the service come into place. So how to communicate those findings, those forecasts, in how to communicate this in the most effective way to get the decision making and actions. As it was mentioned before, but we are right now in the regional association 3 and 4. We have the regional office of the America in Paraguay, in Asunción, and we have a representative in Costa Rica. This is not 2 different offices. This is 1 regional office in Asunción and 1 representative in Costa Rica. So we are attending, of course, all the needs of these two regions. So the regional office of the America covers South America, 13 members, and the territories in North America, Central America, and the Caribbean with about 27 members. So the main task of the regional office is the main point of contact between members and WMO secretariat. So we are trying to coordinate technical institution support to the National Meteorological and Hydrological Service to facilitate the cooperation among them. So we are in our office to to make some kind of bridge between Secretariat, all with what we have to offer, to Met services. So this is our main objective in the regional offices. And of course, in terms of satellite issues, we are there also to help to coordinate activities and facilitate the interchange of data and communicate best practices and so on. So this is how for example, the Regional Association 4 is organized. This is, I showed this before in the last teleconference, but I believe it's good to, to refresh and to see everybody how the Region 4 is organized and how this satellite data requirement group is linked with the regions. So we have right now one satellite data requirement group with two co-chairs, one for Region 3 and one from Region 4. They are working, of course, they are working together. But in case of, you can see that in Region 4 is under the Infrastructure Committee. So there is a focal point on satellite data requirements, who is Marcial. But it's good to know that he is under Infrastructure Committee, but this is a cross-cutting issue because of course we have an hurricane committee, and of course the satellite have a lot of things to say about hurricanes. We have a service committee who also have experts, climate services to aviation, and of course satellites are also very important for that. And also an hydrological and water coordination panel. So, and again, satellite product has a big role in this coordination panel. So this is some kind of cross-cutting issue that may follow in all of these committees in Regional Association 4. So the same thing for Regional Association 3. The structure is a little bit different, but again, the focal point on satellite data requirement is on the infrastructure and technological development working group. But of course, again, it's a cross-cutting issue. We have an expertise on regional modeling, but of course, satellite data is important for assimilation. So we have something to say. We have, of course, hydrology, water, services, and also a working group on science and research. This is, the interaction with this group is also very important to move forward, to get more and more enhanced product for the community. So, as I mentioned before, the implementation plan is some kind of Bible for the regional association. So this is the compromise of the regional association. What are the compromises to do? So we have the same thing, the long-term goals for services, infrastructure, science and research. And I can show you here, for example, for Regional Association 3, in the long-term two, which is infrastructure, the data policy and regional basic observation networks. We have WIGOS, essentially WIGOS surface in this case, which is related with interest with the exchange of the data set. And we also have one special thing is about the development and study of a regional satellite. I will talk a little bit about this later. But also we have some priorities, for example, GMAS, which is related with multi-hazard early warning systems. This you will hear a lot during the next 5 years, because it's a priority in WMO, and this kind of system, early warning system, early multi-hazard early warning system. And of course, for some regions where you don't have any surface radar, the satellite plays a big role on the development of this kind of systems. So in terms of update of activities during this, between the last teleconference and right now, we have developed a technical conference in Regional Association 3. I shall show you this program of this agenda of activity, a lot of activities, 7 different conference in Cartagena a couple of weeks ago. So we're very busy with that. And right now we are organizing a new workshop for Regional Association 4. So essentially, at some point, we know that Diego and Marcial take care of the satellite data, and we can work in other things that also are important for the region. So what I would like to talk a little bit more in detail about what is the plan about a new Latin American satellite. So this was in the Regional Association 3 as a priority in the last Congress of Regional Association 3 to develop some kind of meteorological satellite to cover South America, Latin America in general. So there was an action to identify the potential to develop a new meteorological, geostationary meteorological satellite. The basic idea here is not to do the same thing, because we need to complement issues. We need to complement with the existing capabilities. So I believe it's something we need to get in mind. But the basic here is to make a study about the factibility in terms of not only in terms of technical issues, but also in terms of budgeting of a new satellite for Latin American. And this will be led by the Latin American and the Caribbean Meteorological Agency, was created during this year, at the beginning of this year. So we are trying to get some commission to work on that, and I hope that the people who are working in this group, the satellite data requirement, can help to establish this group to figure out if we can move forward, or to make a decision on that. So this is some of the background ideas. This is a unique opportunity to enhance the capabilities of the National Weather Services. We have the experience and capabilities in the region. And also this would help to develop the technological and industrial development in the region, because Argentina and Brazil has a lot of experience of building and launching satellites. So, but never did with the meteorological one. So this is something that we can consider. So the project is about the design and development operation of a new geostationary satellite, but adapted to the needs of the region, and complementing existing satellites systems. It's not to redo the same thing, because otherwise it has no sense. So, and this is important because as I was mentioned before, the early warning system service must protect everyone within 5 years. This is a compromise of the Secretary General Petri Talas with Antonio Gutierrez from the UN to get established early warning system within 5 years for every human being in the earth. So this is a big challenge, because this involves a lot of countries with different levels of development. So this is something very important for the organization. We need to be aware about that, and looking at what are those systems in different regions. We can see that in South America, just only 38% of the members have this kind of systems. So, and this is an important link between what the region needs and what the satellite data requirement group can be linked with those activities. So this is, I believe from my perspective that this is something that this group can work very heavily in the future. We have 5 years to get this in place. But of course, it's not just only satellites. It's a lot of things, but satellites, of course, when I showed that the chain, you start from observations, and satellite observations are quite important in terms of, what we need for our mission. And this is, well, the minimum capabilities of the satellite, but of course, it's something need to be discussed with other partners. This is just an idea. Could be some kind of brainstorming, and we need to move forward with that and to answer some questions. This is the generate why this is important, and these are the questions we need to address to move forward with the project. So how we can do a regional project, how to make a management of that, how we can develop the capabilities to strengthen the service and the National Weather Service and the National Hydrological and Meteorological Services. Of course, capacity development, horizontal cooperation, how to get the money to build the satellite. This is something quite important. And also how we can put our hands on that and move forward with the project. So in the first step is first things first, we need to think about what we would like to get to, to complement the existing capabilities, and at some point to address the WIGOS 2040 vision, what we need for right now for the next 10 or 20 years. So because this kind of system will stay a long time flying, so it's important to take a clear look, and we have the right people here to think about this. So this is on my side from the regional office. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Daniel. And now we're gonna move on to the following speaker. So Natalia.
So we have two possible new actions here. 5.2, follow up on the creation of the Latin America Meteorological Satellite, providing the necessary advisory. And 5.3, contribute towards the development of the multi-hazard risk system. Okay, we shall discuss that a little bit more tomorrow. Thank you. Thanks, Daniel.
All right, well, thank you very much. We're behind on time, I think, so I'll try to save this. No, it's okay. I mean, first of all, I wanted to thank our leadership here, our co-chairs, for organization of this meeting. And I want to invite you to take the full advantage of the conference, and that includes virtual attendees. I will provide a comprehensive input here, but it's really short. People who helped me to put this presentation together actually will be here, and they'll be presenting in details on some of the upcoming changes, upcoming products and things like that. So take advantage and meet with them and talk in detail if you have any questions. Some of you who don't know me, I'm Natalia. I'm former Janet Cast America's program manager, but during pandemic, I switched to international affairs because I think talking and negotiation and resolving problems on the world scale is really bringing people together. It's what helps with all challenges. And we saw that with pandemic, and I'm hoping we'll see that in the upcoming new satellite systems. We just need to work together. But anyway, take advantage of the conference and meet some of the people who helped me to put this together. So, and briefly, I will talk about polar satellites. We have upcoming lunch about GOES-VEST transition, GEO-XO, data distribution, some upcoming events, and you met Sherry already. She provided some updates there. And I wanted to share some other resources specifically related to climate. As you know, it's getting hotter, and even here in Madison, it's, so I wanted to provide some details there. But anyway, I will start with our polar constellation, and this is just a brief overview. But what's happening, we're extending our legacy NOAA 15, 18 operations. But what's going to happen later this year, we're launching a new one. And of course, SUME NPPs had a 10th anniversary last year. but we are getting ready this year to launch JPSS2. That's a big deal, you know. We don't have any delays that much that pandemic impacted, but as you know, it's a lot of work, and it's also a lot of preparations. And as you know, focus of these meetings in the past been user readiness. So we want to make sure you understand what's happening, what products are becoming operational, and so on. So as I mentioned, we're getting ready for JPSS2 launch. It will be in November. So I know some of the member organizations from WMO were invited. So it's going to be launched from California. And of course, that it brings to JPSS program to ensure the continuity of the for years to come, with JPSS2 launching this year, and then JPSS3 and JPSS4. What's important, and you know, these slides will be available after the meetings, but I wanted to bring, there's some changes in terms of the rate specifically between SNPP, NOAA 20 and JPSS2. Some of you who are working on the technical side will see this, and you know, you just need to know and understand what changes are coming with the new satellites, and we're trying to be upfront. And again, people who are helping me with presentation will be here, and they can discuss in detail to some of you who wants to have more technical overview. And of course, this is just a quick timeline in terms of when the products become operational, and kind of like generic timeline, just to give you an idea how long it takes to after launch for certain products to become operational. What's important, I know, and I don't know who in the room has HRD receiver, but I know some of you have it. And what's important that there are quite a few. So I think we have 53 identified sites that containing what's important basically for the JPSS2, and I want to kind of emphasize that you need to consult with manufacturers and vendors and discuss some of the considerations for JPSS2. It's important, and we always talk. NOAA always been proactive in terms of user readiness, and we're always trying to link vendors and users together. But if you have any questions, let us know. We'll connect you, and we'll try to answer all your questions. So of course, exciting year. Not only just we're launching new satellite in November, but we already launched one earlier. So in, GOES 18 was launched on March 1st. Absolutely perfect launch. If you've seen it, if you haven't, take a look at some videos. Absolutely perfect condition, and went without problems. So, and it's what's happening. This is just a quick overview of what's happening with GOES constellation and how we transition into how we'll transition GOES 18 to GOES West position. A lot of moving targets there. Again, this is pretty busy slide, but some of you who are working on the technical details and probably seen some, I call it nudges that started in July, but this is basically some of the tweaks on how satellites work sort of together, and how we're moving one satellite to specific locations. So again, interesting stuff, and we're really excited that everything is going according to plan. So again, this is just the present GOES constellation. You've seen those slides before, but GOES 18 is currently in checkout and operating normally. So this is a brand new slide. Actually, I got it right before coming here. This is a post-launch test status. So you actually will see some dates when some of the data becomes provisional. So kind of gives you an idea on timeline when to prepare some of the products. But people will be talking about GOES 18 in details during conference. And like I said, if you know somebody, or if you want to connect to somebody, we'll definitely help you to talk in details. And of course, you know, I start talking about GeoXO, I think 2 teleconferences ago. So, and I know it's 2030 is, you know, kind of far away, but it's getting there, you know. So I've been talking about GeoXO, I start talking about a couple of years ago, and of course it was really preliminary things, but now this program is actually, it's been driven by the GOES-R program and the planning the next generation geo satellite system, geostationary extended observations, GeoXO. So the launch is planned on 2030s, right? So, but now in 2022, we start talking about that, which is important because we're talking to our users, we're talking to engineers, we're talking about a lot of people actually involved in this, but it's important to be prepared, even though it's not, it's kind of seems far away, but it's not. So as I mentioned, the user require continuity of existing observation with improved performance, and there are some growing needs as well. So during pandemic, we had several workshops, user engagement workshops, when we heard from a lot of users and we discovered a lot of things. So again, there will be a lot of presentations on GeoXO, people who are actually working on that, so please attend. But this is a preliminary pending program approval, how Geo Constellation would look like. It'll be Geo West, Geo Central, and Geo East. And of course, there are some planned capabilities for continuity of weather services, enhancements for weather services, such as hyperspectral IR sounder, and enhancements for ocean, coast, and climate services as ocean color instrument. And here's a really interesting slide, actually, for some of you who have not read about GeoXO. This is just the key differences between GOES-R and GeoXO. And if you remember, GOES-R was a big deal. There were a lot of changes that came with GOES-R, but now there's some changes, actually a lot of changes that coming with GeoXO. So I just wanted to kind of summarize some of the things. And here, you know, the primary user for GOES-R were National Weather Service and weather applications. Now it's NOAA. It's all line offices. If you're not familiar with acronyms, it's National Weather Service, National Ocean Service, Fisheries, and Research. So we're including ocean, coast, and climate applications. So there's some differences in observations, some new instruments, and some important changes on the constellation side. And of course, this is a busy slide, and I won't talk much about this right now, but there will be several presentations. I know some of my colleagues who are really involved in GeoXO data delivery. There'll be some changes in terms of data delivery and terrestrial internet, and some of the satellite broadcasts will be affected. So please pay attention to what's coming. Of course, I got information from my former office of in direct services branch, and of course that branch has been involved with users on monthly basis, or sometimes, you know, in person. They had user groups for GRB, they had user group for HRD and DCS, and so all of my colleagues been meeting with users pretty regularly. So I just wanted to provide some updates here. So currently there are 217 GRB members, and of course there are 74 GRB sites. We currently don't have GRB manager, but I heard it's, the person is going to get hired soon. But I wanted to talk about that, what happens with GRB in a new GeoXO era. And this is important because the current GeoXO architecture doesn't have GRB or H-MN transponder. So, you know, this is probably the most important slide for GRB users. And again, please pay attention to what's happening, what's coming in the 2030s timeframe. Also, oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Oops. Okay. You guys should have told me. I'm sorry. Quick overview. So what I was saying while I'm clicking through my presentation, that you have opportunity to talk to people who are actually working with GeoXO directly and who are really involved with that, and you have more technical details of what's coming and the changes and things like that. And of course, in my 15-minute presentation that I'm rushing right now, you can cover everything. But again, there's some changes on DCS side and GeoXO era. And of course, the most important thing here is that direct readout ground system outside of the continental United States will not be able to receive the direct broadcast L-band downlink. So Ian is, I think, attending remotely, and most of you have his contact information. He's a new HRIT MWIN manager, but we also have Skip Dronen, who is a new DCS manager. And if you want contact information for that person, I'll let you know. So we just need to have some discussions about DCS and what's coming, and to make sure everybody understand what's happening and what would happen. Same for the HRIT MWIN broadcast. So again, what would happen, we're really looking for your feedback, and we're really looking for discussion, and things are going to change for those direct services. And this is a quick overview where you can get more information. And I just want to make sure, if you don't know Seth, he's a current Janet Cast America program manager. We have Ian, a new HRIT MWIN broadcast person, and we have Skip Dronen for Ghost DCS system. So I think Skip will be here in person, so we'll definitely need to talk to him. In terms of training and upcoming events, again, Sherry, thank you so much for sharing. This is just preliminary, some of the workshops that we're planning with Region 4 and 3, one in Barbados and Tobago, and one in El Salvador next year, and later next year in Uruguay. Just, to take a look at your calendars and let Sherry know if you have any questions or concerns. Again, I'm gonna slide real quickly because we don't have much time, but I wanted to provide some of the links to the climate products, specifically some of the Coral Reef Watch satellite monitoring that some of my colleagues do. They wanted me to include it because they have a lot of products, and I know some of you are now interested in climate studies and ocean applications and things like that. So the ocean and coast monitoring for heat wave watch, and again, the coral bleaching outlook. I have, I have contact information for those, and monitoring sea rise. The link here is above. Really good information from the lab for satellite altimetry, and we'll see some products there on a global scale. And this is just a monitoring water quality product. Again, we've been really active on this application area, so I just wanted to share, if in case you didn't see them before. Okay, I think I'm done, but what's important to summarize in my presentation, for those of you who are here and for those of you who are attending remotely, take advantage of this. We've been having so-called NOAA satellite conferences for years, and this is what transformed to be a NOAA satellite conference in partnership with American Meteorological Society and with Cooperative Institute. So, the same thing happened with EUMETSAT. They will have their conference in September for users, for EUMETSAT users, and the one for Asia Oceania will have theirs in November. But this is important. If you have any questions for NOAA, we'll want to hear from you. This is a real good opportunity, and I'm really happy that it's in person for most of us. So just ask questions, talk to people, take advantage, and they're here and want to hear from you. So anyway, thank you. And I think you guys posted online. Again, thank you for organizing everything.
Thank you very much, Natalie.
Thank you very much, Nat. NOAA has always been acting as a key contributor to the region and has always facilitated the interaction among users. So we really appreciate that as a group.
So we now move to the survey. In this part of today's activity, we're going to take a detailed look into the survey. But Diego and I, we were present in the presentation of the previous survey years ago. And one of the things that we want to change today is we want to have this survey presented in a different way. So we want more interaction with you because there's a lot of data, a lot of information. And of course, many of you will see things that we will not see. So if you have something to say about what you're seeing, please raise your hand and take an immediate action to tell us, please. So first of all, in the terms of reference of the SDR, it's quite explicit that the group regularly reviews sources of regional needs and undertakes as needed further information gathering, such surveys. So this is the reason why we're doing this, because it's in our nature of the SDR group to do it. So we created the survey along with WMO. It was created in SurveyMonkey, I think. And we sent it with a letter of recommendation to all the members and participants of the group. Diego created the SDR quick guide, which is a very nice guide about the group. It was sent along with the survey to the members. And it was, the survey was available from April 1st to May 13th this year.
Here we would like to acknowledge the work of Zoya Andreva from Scientific Officer from WMO, who greatly helped porting the survey to the online interface.
So it was basically the sections here at the bottom pane you see there. It had many questions, some of them related to the users, some of them related to utilization and data and visualization. So we're going to move directly into some of the results. So as you can see there, it's listing 254 responses. Actually, we have something a little bit higher because of the paper. Some people send PDFs, with notes and others, so it was not entirely online. But if you take a look here, we can see something that I think Danielle mentioned before about if two countries contribute a lot of information, it will have some results specifically for those countries. And as you can see, the United States and Brazil, they amount for a large portion of the survey's responses. Also, of course, Mexico, Canada, Chile, Peru, and Costa Rica, Colombia, they have a lot of responses. And then, of course, all the other members that participated. It's worth mentioning that in this survey, of course, we went to the PRs, we went to the members of the WMO, but we also opened the survey. So we didn't just question PRs, we questioned institutions and individual users. So it changes perspective from the previous survey, which is nice for this. We got a little bit more responses from Region 4 than Region 3. And let's start with this. In this first part of the survey, you will see that skip is almost 0 in most of them. So people had to answer these ones. In the other parts of the survey, they had the option to not answer them. And in itself, it gives us information if they don't answer the question, because it can be because they don't have the device, they don't know how to use it, or they have no idea what they're reading, which is also information for us. In this one, we see that most of the answers came from individuals. So it's a 61%. Organizations, 35, and only 10 responses, 3.89% from PRs. The type of organizations, I was expecting this to be different, but actually we got the research and academic institutions first, not the National Meteorological and Hydrological Services. It's pretty similar though, but it shows that the research and academic institutions, including universities, it's a very large part of our users. So it's very important. By the way, if you have any comments, please. Carol? Five. It's 5. Oh, it's grapes, yeah. A light? Oh, that light over there. Diego, can we turn off the thing over there? Yeah, thank you. Ken?
Yeah, I just have a comment. I find it quite interesting that you have quite a big part of the response. Would you like to reflect a little bit on what kind of other offering.
Actually, it's this one. So we took the other and they had to, write what other meant. So we had this showing what other meant. So we see it's businesses, and this had answers in Spanish, English, and Portuguese all mixed up.
Yeah, so we have civil defense departments, private sectors, consulting services, software developers, the army, and many others.
Yeah. We have participants from many institutions. And yeah, it's the third category, so it's quite large. Daniel?
Let me see if I understand well. You have less than 10% from permanent representative of WMO, but it's almost the same in the National Meteorological and Hydrological Services. How this can be, it's because I suppose the National Meteorological Hydrological Services are represented by the permanent representatives.
Yeah, but yeah.
Okay. Okay, so this, you put just only if the permanent representative respond the survey in the first part. Okay. No, it's good. Thank you. And also another issue. It's not just like a comment about this particular slide. That right now with the new data policy, it's important that not only the data came from meteorological service, all other institutions are invited to supply data to the system. So this is quite important to see that many others are involved in this.
And I'll just make another comment because I forwarded the survey to the GEO group, the group on observations, so they may have contributed to getting outside of meteorology and hydrology.
Okay, thank you, Rain.
Do you have any other comments?
So the next one is a bit depressing for us, especially the one on the left pane, because we asked them, do you know about us? Do you know about the SDR group? And look at the percentages and no. So it's bigger than 60%. So it's quite large. We also asked them if they have a former representative to this group, and most of them don't know. That's the yellow one, right? And also towards the end is, do you want to be added? And they said yes, most of them, greater than 70%. So now moving to data access, here things change because of the percentage of people who skipped the question. So it's at the bottom right. So you see we went from almost everybody answering the previous section to in this one, 99 people skipping it. So, and I would like to, reflect on what skipped means, because in some of the questions, as you can see on the top bar, it says, if an option is not used or not applicable, please leave it blank. So there is the chance that, they don't use it and it's not applicable to them, of course. But what if they don't know what they're reading? What if they get to a question where they don't understand the content of what a LEO satellite application is? There is a big chance they also skip it because they don't understand the question or the content. So we should keep that in mind. Okay, so data access mechanisms. Here we see GOES East, and there's a lot of information here, so we should maybe, if we look into GOES East, the internet is the biggest source of information. And the internet here is also a bit confusing because a lot of people confuse the big data project with the internet. And also there is another one, which is when they access something via web, like an image product. So there's a kind of confusing thing here between images, FTP and HTTP, and the big data project. And it's kind of hard to separate them for many users. So we should keep that in mind. GRB, of course, is a big part of the answers here. And also the GeoNetcast. and of course the other ones there. So for Goes West, similarly, we have Internet, GRB, and other. And for the Meteosat, we have less answers than for the other ones. And other is the main one. We'll see that later. And also Internet and GeoNetcast. It's strange that we see, well, we didn't actually ask Africa or Europe about this one. So it's not weird that we have the EUMETCAST systems at the very bottom of it.
The EUMETCAST data center is online and
Mhm.
available to everyone. The terrestrial service is also available in the region, and the EUMETCAST Africa footprint always. The EUMETCAST Africa is included here because the footprint also covers South America, and we have included Meteosat here because many users in Brazil, especially in the Northeast region, had access to the former EUMETCAST America service. They had everything ready and running, all their scripts ready, and they are getting data from the African service, considering that the footprint is also available there.
Now for the access quality, the internet, if you see the blue colors here is good access, orange poor access, and not working is in gray. So the satisfaction with this, with the good access, is for the internet, is the largest. But then again, if you only have internet access and that's the only way you get the data, how do you know a GRB or a GeoNetcast or a LDM or another one would work better? If you pay attention to the Unidata, it's interesting because it's got one of the highest in good access and quality, but it's very low here. So it's very few users, but those who have it are very happy with it. So it's interesting to see that. And similarly with the big data project, the worst is the HRID, which is very low, or it's not working. And the PDA is poor access mostly here. So it's interesting to see that a lot of the systems depend on the PDA, and you know, some of the users report poor access with it. For the Geo, oh yeah, sorry, this is Goes West. For Goes West, this is the scenario. So similarly, PDA with the largest in poor access, and the internet showing the best access here with the good access. And finally, for the Meteosat, yeah, we see the GeoNetcast Americas with the largest satisfaction in good access. And we have the Africa one with the poor access and not working similarly. But it's a little bit over 20% of the answers for this one. So I don't know if there's any questions with this one.
Any questions or comments regarding data access? Anything you would like to clarify?
Or anything that you see in the information
that reflects your reality. So there's a question from Matt Arquette from Canada. Yeah.
It's over the internet. So that's just a comment. I know that the way we access the PDA, we use it for level 2, but if we go to level 1B, channel 2, for instance, is never fast enough across an internet link. So that could be skewing the results a little bit as well. That's all.
Yeah, when we set up the survey, we wrote for the internet access, we wrote specifically FTP and HTTP. But you know, there is a risk that the user who is filling out the survey doesn't know about protocols and doesn't care about, you know, it's just the internet. So, yep. So this one is for the data access mechanisms for LEO. So we now move on from GEO to LEO satellites. And the scenario changes because now internet is still the first one. We see the GeoNetcast is second. Then class, which is interesting, right? Well, it's not a surprise if we see later how it's used. But so we have internet sources, GeoNetcast, class, and then Unidata. Unidata flows data not just from GOES, but from JPSS and others. So it's not a surprise to see Unidata there. And then the access quality is in the bottom pane. And you can see Unidata is the largest one and doesn't have any poor access or yeah. And interesting here is to see that the number of skipped went from 99 to 150. So it's 58%. So 58% decided not to answer this one, which is quite a large number. So it's something that we need to think about. Was it really because they don't use it? Are they not using it because they don't have access to it? So that's, yeah, maybe they are not aware of it or the products that it can provide them. So something to keep in mind. Yeah, the number here, you see skip this 38 and 58, 38 on the left, 58 on the right. And this is if you intend to use this mechanism in the future. So in both cases, GeoNetcast is the first. So I think people have heard that GeoNetcast provide good data, it's got large community, big support. So it's not a surprise that it comes out first. And then it's big data project for Geo and the internet for Leo. And then you can see that it goes down from, for Geo, it goes GRB, HRID, internet, PDA, and some others. Similarly for Leo, afterwards come PDA, the HRD, and the others afterwards. So any comments for that one? Do you want to take this one?
Oh, yeah. During the creation of the survey, one of the aspects we would like to know is the interest of the community on adding DCS, GOES DCS data to GeoNetcast Americas, which has been under discussion for some months. So we have added some data collection platform related questions in the survey. So we had 158 answered, and surprisingly, exactly 50% of the respondents said that they use DCP data in their day-to-day jobs. And we have asked, well, if you're using it, which mechanisms are you using to access these data, such as DCPs available from GOES DCS or other commercial satellite providers? And for GOES East, they are accessing it mostly through the internet, then through DRGS, DADS, HRID Enwing, local readout, NOAA port, and other. At that time, it wasn't available on GeoNetcast America, so it is not included here. And for GOES West, on the other hand, we have a smaller number of users, but the sequence of utilization is very similar: internet, DADS, DRGS, HRID Enwing, local readout, NOAA port, and other. And talking about quality, DADS is among those who answered. DADS is considered a good access mechanisms for almost all the respondents. And regarding the training needs, most of them answered that their training needs are met, but we have a considerable amount of people mentioning that it is partially met, so we need to look at that in the future.
But it's worth mentioning that 66% didn't answer.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, 66% of the respondents skipped these questions. And here we just added another question: would you be interested if in situ data from DCPs available from GOES DCS would be available via GeoNetcast America's rebroadcast? If so, please comment below and provide reasons. So we have put here some of the most relevant answers, mostly saying that yes, it is interesting, it is the most recommended. I cannot see a reason not to have additional sources for getting this data, and to serve as a primary mean of getting this data, or a backup mean to access this data using commercial satellites like in GeoNetcast Americas. And this is already has been included in the system since June 1st, 2022. As you may see here in the data distribution architecture for GOES DCS, we have GeoNetcast Americas already there. So this is a one of the things that it was reflected in the survey, and which was already an action has already been taken in order to fill that need, to answer for that need.
Okay, now moving on, we asked them specifically in one question. We asked them, "Are you experimenting difficulties in accessing satellite data in general?" So plain yes or no. 96 of the users didn't answer. They skipped this question. And of the ones who answered, it's 20%, 32 said yes. And in the comments there, you see the reason. So they said they're experimenting difficulties because of these local network problems, lack of documentation, which is, you know, when they say lack of documentation, I wonder if it's in their native language. Probably. Because the documentation is there. If you look for it, it's there. But it's probably not in your language. For example, if you go into, let's say, the GOES documentation and looking for an instrument specifically, the documentation is there, but it's not in Spanish or Portuguese. Mm-hmm. Then infrastructure, funding, resources, latency issues, which is, you know, a big problem in many countries. Maintenance, which is also a big problem in Latin America in some regions. And finally, capacity building and training.
With latency issues here, they are saying, hey, we are getting this data, however, with a bigger latency than we were expecting, right? So that's what they are meaning with latency issues. And regarding the documentation, as we are going to see in the last question, language is really, really an issue. And we should work on that in the near future.
Yeah, I think, well, after the BLMG meeting, we will have some discussions on language issues. So for the next section, this is application areas, local data processing and web visualization. It's interesting to see that in blue and orange, we're going to have geo, whether it's web or local, and gray and yellow is LEO, web and local. So in all of them, except for one, geo is bigger than LEO. The only one where LEO satellites are used more than the geo is in atmospheric chemistry, which is the second to last on the right. So in all the other application areas, geo is larger and for quite a bit. The first one is hypnotic meteorology, and this is probably from meteorological services. Then is nowcasting, a very short range forecasting, and the third one is hydrology forecast. And the next ones, well, you're going to have access. I'm not going to read all of them because you're going to have access to the survey. But as you can see, yeah, those first two is probably Met Services sending us information. And probably the university is also providing the ones on the right as well. So for local processing, we asked them what tools are you using. So here we see the tools they're using for processing local data. Python comes first for quite a bit for both of them. So Geo and Leo are being programmed in Python, which is not a surprise, but it's interesting to know. Second is proprietary solution from vendors, which I did not expect. I was expecting something different. But then it's second here. Then it's R, MATLAB, IDL, and NCL. And then for the web visualization tools, sliders first, for Geo. But if you look for the Leo, Worldview from NASA takes the lead, which is also not a surprise for me. I teach at the university and we do this often. But for others, it can be interesting to see that, you know, in both cases, it's a web app providing the data, not software in a computer, but a web app. So it's interesting to see that as well. Any comments on that?
I just would like to stress that we are very proud that we have one of the tools here developed at RA-III, which is in-place DSAT, yep, which is good.
Mm-hmm. And I don't think we have here the percentage of responses, but that's okay. So now for processing and visualization, we have this information.
It's the same question, just adding.
Yeah, it's the same results, but we see in the other, because these proprietary solutions and others, they provide the comments. So on the right-hand side, you can see the other and the comments that they provided with the tools for processing and visualization that they use. So I actually know most of them, but some of them are still a mystery for me, like the Ninja. Okay, this is the utilization of the products. So now that we know they get them and how they get them, it's interesting to know what they use from them. So for the geo, let's see, they 114 skipped it, but basically the individual vans, we see that they use it daily. So even though there is level 2 products and derived products and GRBs and many others, the individual ones are still widely used, and we will see something very interesting in a minute regarding that. The RGBs, I said GRBs, the RGBs similarly daily, and derived products daily, with about 60–50% of the users. For the Leo, 129 skipped it, but we see that it's not as daily used as the other ones that we were seeing. So it's more inclined towards special events or seasonal use, not like the geo products, which is kind of a surprise. So the mechanisms and their frequency, they're here. So if you look at the daily most used product here, the mechanism is the GRB. But if you go into special events, these ones here at the end are dominating, including class.
Yes,
Yeah.
the archives.
And the archives, yeah, the archives for special events, people immediately move to archives instead of trying to, record it real time as the event is happening. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we'll see tomorrow during the presentation regarding the user perspectives. Storage is a real issue for anyone. So when you see here that for special events, people are using the online resources, it makes total sense, right?
Yeah, and here in the next slide, we see what other meant. So the comments for data usage is this. And here I would like to stop for a second and let you take a look, because I remember when Bernie and I started working in the training for OSR data satellite, we said, it's going to be hard for people. It's going to be hard for people to move on from the 5 channels that we had before to the new 16 channels that we have now. And you can see it there, because in the geo, you can see those 2 really large band 13 and band 02. Those are legacy bands. So most of the users who were trained before are still using the same bands. And of course, they're useful, but as we all know, there's probably better products now for specific things. Of course, they're pretty useful, and for teaching, definitely. But if you're in operations, maybe we have not reached everybody who need to be reached. Okay, Bernie?
We should have used it here,
Well,
the
I was
wavelengths.
just going to add that some of the individual channels are still useful for special situation, for certain situations. So
thanks.
We are using band names here instead of the wavelengths, which would be more appropriate because we can create word clouds with a number, so that's why we are referring to bands here. But you may have an idea.
Yeah, but you can see many RGBs in there, right? I think Jose uses many in there.
Yeah, convection, air mass, and ash were the most mentioned during the survey.
Yeah, but if you look into the Leo side, it changes, right? It goes into winds and derived products like vegetation and floods.
Thank you. Yes, I caught my eye also on low Earth orbit and ASCAT. This is quite interesting because it seems that it has arrived at the end users, and I remember we had at some stage there were even specific training events organized in a couple of different parts of the world to actually try to push for that data to explain to the users how they can use it, and it seems it has arrived. What I was just wondering, is this then mainly in marine forecasting and shipping services, or do you have a breakdown of that?
I don't think we have a breakdown of the utilization of the ASCAT, right?
No.
No.
Okay, but it's still, I think it's still quite interesting that ASCAT comes up bigger than something like SST or snow cover. So hotspots, host spots.
Sorry,
host
it's a typo.
spots.
Hotspots.
Yeah.
Regarding the ASCAT data, we have in the Brazilian COE, we had a recent training related to oceanography, and we have covered ASCAT extensively during this training as well.
Okay, finally moving into education and training.
We have another question.
Oh yeah.
Quick question on your last slide. So whenever you ask these questions, did you give them options or they just?
No.
It was
No,
open.
It was open.
Okay, thanks.
Very complicated to give all the options.
Yeah,
So
no.
Yeah.
we started with, going to that direction, but then in the end we decided to leave it open. So it's a nice way to understand what they already know without mentioning. So they will answer the things that they already know, which is a good indication.
Exactly. This gives a lot of information for training as well, because it also, as you said, gives an idea of how also they perceive the products. Something that catches my eye is that precipitable water is really small in both LEO and GEO, and that's kind of essential, at least if you're doing QPF. You know, just among other things, very interesting. This is amazing.
Thanks. So moving into training. So in training, we separated in different categories. So if you can see at the bottom of each of those graphs there, we have basic training completed in blue, needed in orange, advanced training needed in gray, completed in gray, advanced training needed in yellow, and not needed in the light blue. 112 skipped the first one on the top, and 123 the one in the bottom. So in this one, let me see. If we go into basic training needed, the largest one is satellite data processing. So this one here is the largest one in needed, which is basic training needed in data processing. So we saw in the previous surveys, and I'm getting ahead of myself here, but in the past, getting the data was the largest problem most of the time. Now that they show that they have, you know, a decent approach into getting the data, now the problem is moving into what do I do with it? So it's very interesting to see that. The effective utilization of new generation of satellites, it's advanced training needed. So it's not basic training anymore, but the effective utilization, they need higher level of training, not just basic training, but higher level training for the effective utilization of the new satellites. We also have the satellite data visualization. Most people said that they have advanced training completed in that one, which is good. But we also have some others we're missing. And strangely, the not needed, it's in operation and maintenance of satellite data reception equipment, which is kind of weird.
That's maybe because they are downstream users and they are not dealing with receive equipment, correct?
Yeah, makes sense. And then for the other one, it's in applications of the satellite data. So people say they need basic training in environmental services. So once again, as WMO knows, it's not just anymore about the atmosphere. You know, the environment, it's getting a lot of attention. So people saying they need basic training in environmental services. Let me see which one is the largest one here. Agrometeorological services. So the people who actually mention agrometeorological services, they need advanced training here. This is the largest one. So it's also, I think it's also a consequence now that they have the data. In the past, they didn't have the data, so they didn't really care because they had no data. But now that they have the data, they need to know what to do with it. Okay, now I get the NDVI. What do I do with this? How do I process it and use it and apply it to something? I have this growing in my country. How do I get this to be useful for me? So that would be the advanced training needed here. And yeah, space weather is not needed, basically, which is also interesting. You know, 4 instruments of the GOES-R series are dedicated to provide information about the space, and they said they don't need the training here. Go ahead, Steve. Mau? Yep.
I just wanted to make you aware, we are working with Comet right now to have marine applications using the satellites. And if you think it's important that that be one of the Comet modules that's translated to Spanish, you should speak up. And the other thing I wanted to just mention, I don't know who's going to the UMETSAT conference, but we've been talking to their training division director, Mark Higgins, and we're finding that for developing countries and for like Central and South America and Africa, which will be a focus at the November workshop that Kathy Ann is hosting, and Arlene Lang from CMO is also heavily involved in that. We're looking for synergy regarding the Americas and Africa for our new generation satellite. So I just thought I'd make you aware of that. That's a conversation we're going to have. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other comments?
Gabby.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there might be a distinction between you don't need a training or you don't use that data, so that's why you don't need, or I'm an expert, so I don't need. So then, do you make that distinction?
On the top one, we have the topics.
Yes,
that you need
yes,
training.
But in the one below, it says
Oh,
I don't
see.
need training, but
Mm-hmm.
it may no in that one. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was trying to find the other one.
Yeah.
Mhm.
The basic training, the training needed applications. Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, it's a very good
Perhaps you
point.
don't need training because you don't use that data,
Or if you
or
already
you
know.
don't need the training because you're an expert. So that's completely different, no? But because of the answer and in the space weather, it's perhaps that they don't use that data, so they don't need training for something that they will never use.
Yeah, no, I completely understand. Yeah, I don't think we did that because it was complicating the answers. Yeah, but yeah, it's definitely important.
Yeah, and that makes sense for the space weather products. At NPay, for example, we have a very small people working with this kind of product, and they are experts. They are only among the few experts that we have in the country, so that makes totally sense.
Mhm. So in this one, and I think we're getting, of course, we're late. Sorry about that. Sorry about taking your time, but I think we're ready to wrap it up in a few slides. So here we have, are your training needs met? So it's interesting to see this, the top graph is for GEO and the lower one is for LEO. If we look at different data access that we have, some of them are partially met, some of them are not met. But if you look into the not met, like we're looking at here, the age rate comes on top. So for the age rate N1, we have the largest portion of people whose training needs are not met in this one. Second, and this is a very important one for me and my pilot project in the Central America and the Caribbean, the UNI data, which provides the IDD network for data dissemination, is second in not met the training. So we saw, and this is an important one, we saw people had very good access with UNI data, but now it's showing like it's the second worst training that they have. So we need to improve on that. Then we see GeoNetcast. It's a very decent number in med training needs. And of course, CLASS. CLASS has a very good documentation as well as the GRBs.
There is a question from Cassian.
Okay,
Online.
Kathy, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Really quick points. I know it's getting late. And thank you. The survey is excellent. I have to agree with the space weather comment. I think space weather will grow with time once persons get an idea of what they can do with that data. And I think it's something that we could actually not put on the back burner. Going to technical staff. I think we've seen through the year, and I think you saw it in the service, we have actually grown in technical staff, but we need that technical staff to actually now take those products and make them more usable for the forecasters and operators who are going to use that. And utilizing that kind of training going forward is going to be significantly important. And again, nice to know that for the workshop that we're going to do more work with the Caribbean and Africa, synergizing what was done in Africa and what was doing in the Caribbean. I think those are the quick points I wanted to make, but really important to see that transition from moving from the use of the basic data, need for training for the basic data, to now more applications and what they can do with that. I think this is really important to show this and how far SDR has gone. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Any other comments or questions? Should we move on? So in the lower part of the well, if we see the top graph, we see that for the internet, which is by far the most used method here, we see that training needs are met or partially met. But this partially met is still, a large percentage. It's close to 40%. So even though people are using the internet to get data quite a bit, 40% said they still need training. So that's a large number of the users. And then for the Leo, 150 skipped it, so I'll keep that in mind. But if you see this number here, the POES, it's really large in MET. Also, Unidata, and look at this, Unidata has got a large portion here that is unmet, and here it's similar. So Unidata shows up in both with good numbers for one and for some others, similarly to class. I don't know if Diego wants to. Well, in this one for Leo, they're also using the internet, which is at the right side of the plot, bottom pane. The internet has a large partially met for Leo. So they're still using it. The training is partially met for the internet sources. And if we think about it for a second, so they're going into, let's say, Worldview or some other web app for data. So they use it, but maybe they don't feel they know entirely what they're doing with the site. So they think they need training. The level of awareness, and this is for, question 14. So this is the level of awareness regarding training. So if you pay attention, most people are aware of the Comet tools. So of course, if you go to Comet, you get some training, and most of the users know that. But if you look at the right side of this graph, this is a wake-up call for some of us, including myself as a TSO of VLAB. you know, CGMS, it's basically unaware of. And this is 80%, greater than 80%. Yep, sorry. So it was skipped by 111. Yeah, and this is, if we see the blue one on this side is the aware. So people are really aware of the comet, and as we move to the other side, it decreases and increases the unaware. Right, the unaware is WMO CGMS Saturn, CGMS website.
And this is interesting, the product access guide for the products. And meanwhile, we have people saying that lack of documentation is really an issue. So they probably unaware of the documentation that is available, and that is maybe due to language limitations.
Yeah, I think this is also quite interesting, and actually this reflects one of the things we did when I started at WMO. I basically asked to get some kind of analysis on a number of hits and I think it was the PUG and Saturn particularly, which we were looking at, and we came to a conclusion they are not really getting hardly any hits. And we were thinking about that a little bit. And if we think about Saturn, for instance, I think Saturn, in the way it was set up, it had a certain purpose at the time. But I think it has outlived its purpose, because now the space agencies have very good resources directly accessible over their site. So why would people come to Saturn? And that's one of the reasons that we have been we are trying to revamp the websites and look at how to actually provide maybe gateway information to things like user readiness. And this is also a discussion that we're having with Bernie and with you, Marcial, on what is the VLab's role in that. Clearly, actual user preparation is the agencies themselves, but then when we talk about training and preparation for the users to understand the new capabilities and to exploit the satellite data when it comes online, their VLab again can have a role. But I think it's more a VLab discussion. But a lot of this also, I think you could just instead of use a survey, you could really just use web access tools to get the pings and things.
Okay, thanks. Going back to the left side, yeah, we see that the second is satellite operator websites. So people are aware of those. The annual training event, a larger portion of the users didn't know about this one. So they're not aware of the annual training, which is, of course, not good for the group. And then the fourth one, visitor to the NOAA. So this is Jose's. So people are not aware of it. So it's interesting because I know the countries who are aware of it, they try to get in really bad. So they try it all the time. And sometimes they complain, I applied and I didn't get it, something. So there is a large portion of the users who have no idea about this one.
Yeah, I think this is kind of interesting because I was just talking with Bernie about our RFGs the next, and then the annual training we're also involved in. But in the desk is something interesting because the line is really large, but as you know, we can only get 12 forecasters per year. And this is mostly targeted to weather service forecasters, and they need to come through the PR and blah, blah, blah. So the requirements for people to get into the training are kind of complex, and we cannot really host a lot of people. So in a way, also the fact that a lot of people are not aware kind of makes sense, because if we make a lot of people aware, then we're going to get into trouble with all the requests.
Well, you have to remember that they accepted to be included into this, so they're going to see the report.
No, that's good. Yeah, no, but yeah, it's good to know. I mean, it's good that at least they are aware and that know at least which other things the desk are involved in that are aside from the 4-month training. Anyway.
Yeah, and okay, Ken.
Yeah, just a small note. It'll be interesting to see what happens with the WMO CGMS VLab now when you have been revamping it and make it more attractive, and maybe through that people will realize it is actually a very useful resource, and through word of mouth, maybe I would hope to see that flips around somehow by the next survey. So let's see. You have a challenge there.
That'll be great. That'll be great. Yeah. Bernie?
Yeah, I was just going to say, because sometimes you leave off, oh, like this is our VLab monthly focus group sessions. And so people might just know them as monthly focus. And I know Mike Davison always just used to call them the visit sessions.
Vilma still calls it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the naming conventions are challenging even when you have something like this. So.
And I want to point out something important. The fact that unaware, it's on top of aware is actually good news, which means that we have a lot of room for improvement. We just have to rethink it properly. And as Bernie said, I mean, maybe find a way to make the names more get in the same room with the names, and also find means to advertise it better. So this is great news. This is a good challenge to have.
Just a quick comment on Saturn. Hey, Ken, just a quick comment on Saturn. Surprisingly, my colleagues that use it, they are using it to check information from historical sensors. Hey, a couple of weeks ago, one of our researchers, he said, hey, I was doing a research 20 years ago, and I would like to know the central wavelength for band X from the goals 10. They go there to check that piece of information. Just a quick comment on that. Yeah.
Yeah. And then the resource utilization, we have frequently used, rarely used, and not used in the colors that we have been using. So we see that Comet is frequently used. The CGMS website is rarely used, and no, not used. And similarly with WMO CGMS Saturn, it says not used, but some do, some included here. And there's a lot of information to extract from all of these plots regarding all the different utilizations. So satellite operator websites, you know, if you think of the not used and the frequently used, it kinds of 50-50, you know, subtracting the ones who rarely use it. So as Jose said, you know, there is a room for growing here, people to reach out to. And
sorry, just one last comment, and then I'll shut up.
No,
I mean,
please.
it's interesting also the CGMS one, but that is referring to a generic CGMS website, as I assume, and to some extent that seems to be more sort of space agency internal exchange site, and how much. And it may be not very easy to realize that there is actually some useful information, and particularly many of the reports would be useful for the general public. So I will take that information back to CGMS SEC.
Thank you. And then finally we have, this is the last one, right?
We have one more.
Okay, yeah, two more. So yeah, this
I
is the
have a
general
comment.
comments. Oh, go ahead.
Okay, I have a comment on the previous one. I'm not sure if this result is biased by country, because you mentioned that US and Brazil has a lot of answers. So, for example, Comet has a lot of resources in Portuguese, and also it's very well known here in United States. So perhaps it's this response is biased by, you know, the number of responses from those countries. Just wondering.
No, it's a very valid question, and I would like to point out that, you know, we have been working in a dashboard, in an online dashboard, that it changes real time, whatever you need. So in the near future, we're going to be able to answer those questions directly, because we can select the data and then say, okay, I don't want to see the US or Brazil included in this ones. Exactly. So it can be removed, and you get then the picture of those others who are not those in the majority.
Yes, and also I know, for example, in case of Comet, they have a lot of resources to run this program, and also a lot of resources for translating material material in Spanish, in Portuguese, and as I mentioned, Steve, before, if you need something, ask, because they have the resources to do that, which is very good.
Thank you.
And this is the kind of information that we are going to publish in the official survey report that will be available probably until the end of the year. Segmentation of these results into individuals, organizations, RA-3, RA-IV, non-US, and things like that.
Okay, so finally we have the general comments, questions or concerns. The last one is my favorite, of course. And yeah, you can see you can see all the other ones, which are also very important. The orange one says we need technical cooperation. And as Kathy mentioned, and I have mentioned this in the past during these meetings and other meetings, we need to move the training past the final operational forecaster. We need to reach the people who provide the data, who actually gather the data for them. Because I know, and I think I have talked with Ken and others about this ones, for some countries or for some regions, it can be confusing how we need to get into training technicians. But in Latin America, it's a crucial thing that we need to do, to train the people who provide the data, who gather the data. And I think it was mentioned a little while ago, it was that, if we don't train those who provide the data on what products we need, how we need them, and when we need them, the operational forecaster is going to be forced into websites as it is right now. And then finally, it's I cannot see what's in. Yeah, this is the conclusions, preliminary conclusions. Yeah, if you have any conclusions from the survey that you want to be included here, please raise them and send them to us, and we can include them here. Because remember, this is our group. This is not just Marcial's and Diego's group. This is our group, and whatever you think it's a conclusion from the survey should be included in here. So I think this is how we finish the presentation of the survey. And if you don't have any comments or questions.
Yeah. So tomorrow we should discuss possible actions resulting from this survey. And if you do not have any other comments, we will end the session here.
Yeah. And just meet up tomorrow again.
Thank you very much for your participation.
Thank you. Excellent work, Jose and Marcel.
Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you, Kathy. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Hola a todos. Muy buenas tardes. Welcome to the second session of the 5th meeting of the WMO Coordination Group on Satellite Data Requirements for RA-III and RA-IV. Thanks for joining us today. And yesterday we had a very productive session. We began with the history of the Satellite Data Requirements Group, giving some background information, our main achievements and goals. Then we had the updates from the WMO Secretariat and the Regional Office for the Americas. Then NOAA presented the updates for JPSS, GOES-R, and GeoXO, and the future events. And we ended the first session discussing the results of the 2022 regional survey on satellite data use. And yesterday we stopped it here, and today we'll have an update on capacity building activities and regional training plans. Then on the next topic, we'll have the presentations from our SDR colleagues. They will present their updates, requirements, technical challenges, general issues, so we may find common challenges and may work together to solve them in the future. Then we'll have a presentation on the possible SDR collaboration with the region 3 and 4 working groups and committees, and we will end this meeting reviewing the actions and recommendations, which is a very important part of the meeting because that will serve as the base for our future teleconferences and discussions. So before the next presentation, we have some new participants here. So shall we introduce them? Let's introduce them. Albert. Welcome, Albert.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Albert Martis. I'm the director of the Met Service in Curacao. I was also a member of this group, and I hosted also one of this meeting in Curacao that was in 2016. So I'm very happy to be here. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Albert. We also have Evan Thompson, president of RA-IV.
Hello, good day, everyone. I'm Evan Thompson. I'm the director of the Meteorological Service in Jamaica, and I'm also Regional Association for Presidents. I'm the president of RA-IV in WMO. Thank you.
Ian Gunling from SIMS.
Hi, Liam Gumley, Space Science and Engineering Center, University of Wisconsin-Madison.
Can you introduce yourself?
Hi, Amy Stevemer from the COMET program at the University Corporation for Atmospheric Research in Boulder, Colorado.
And we have also some participants online. And today we have Hugo Saavedra from Colombia. Welcome, Hugo. Can you hear us?
Muy buenas tardes para todos. Estoy hablándoles en español. No sé si exista traducción del inglés al español. Soy el subdirector de meteorología del IAM y estoy muy atento para la presentación de esta tarde. Bienvenido, muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Hugo. Sí, tenemos para algunos puntos clave, José Galvez nos va a ayudar con traducciones. Okay. So let's begin. The first presentation for today is capacity building activities and regional training plans. So I invite Bernie Connell. Let me just duplicate it. I think it's here, but here. How can I hide this?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. And I'm going to first take a poll of the room. Who is aware of the WMO and the CGMS virtual laboratory? Okay, so we have almost everyone. That's good to hear. I'm just going to give an update on who we are and what we do to refresh your memories, and maybe you'll even pick up something you didn't know about us. It's the WMO and the Coordination Group for Meteorological Satellites. It's the virtual lab for training and education in satellite meteorology. We were established in 2000. Diego, how do you put the bar up? Okay, and then unhide, I just, okay, escape, okay. So maybe that will go away, good. Okay, so we're up to 9 satellite operators right now. Is your computer on?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Somewhere in the room then? Okay, so we're 9. Is your computer muted? Yes, it is.
Let me ask for some guidance here.
Should I be okay now? Okay. Okay, we're 9 satellite operators and 13 centers of excellence located across the globe. And we have another potential new center of excellence coming from Indonesia. And we're in regions 3 and 4, so we have 4 centers of excellence. And it's good to know that representatives from all 4 of our center of excellence are represented in the Satellite Data Requirements Group. So our main mission is to enable the WMO members to utilize satellite data to improve weather, water, climate, and environmental services. Overall, we provide training to promote the interdisciplinary application of satellite data. And our primary audience is operational meteorologists. And here we have a further qualification of those that perform the duties, analysis, diagnosis, prognosis, and forecasting of the weather. And I think we do more than that. And that's a topic that we can discuss a little bit more here in the Satellite Data Requirements Group in terms of training activities. So because we are an international network, a lot of our collaboration is done virtually and a lot of our training. And we share our knowledge, experience, and tools to help with the usage of satellite data, especially for our WMO countries that have limited resources. So during essentially 2021, we had a total across the globe of 126 training events that reached over 4,200 learners. And as you can see, our training delivering mode was 93% online, which is no surprise considering we were coming out of the pandemic. Our training is distributed across all of our regional associations, and it's delivered in 7 languages. That's an important aspect because we reach a lot more of the users when we have it in native languages. We promote continuous professional development. These are done through initiatives such as our monthly regional focus group discussions, thematic events that highlight a particular weather feature or significant event, internships at institutions, regional workshops, similar to ones we've had this weekend, and hackathons. We train our trainers. We adopt the WMO education and training program guidelines. We encourage formal certification in education for our instructors, and we offer regional training of trainers. We also interact a lot with the WMO Global Campus to share our training materials. This has been an issue over a number of years. How do we best share the information? And we share instructional innovations and assessment methods. So challenges are always with the limited resources that we tend to have are how do we maintain up-to-date knowledge and skills of our not only trainers, but our operational users? And how do we raise awareness of the cutting edge developments in satellite meteorology? So we try and work closely with subject matter experts and also foster communities of practice. So we do this through a number of ways, and they overlap with a lot of activities across WMO. As we already mentioned, satellite operators and centers of excellence. This group, the Satellite Data Requirements, as well as meteorological and hydrological services of countries, the WMO Education and Training Program, and their associated regional training centers. There are like 43 regional training centers, and we have 13 centers of excellence. So there's room for us to collaborate with other centers of excellence. As you can see, there's a short list here of, user conferences such as this. And there was one hosted last year by CMA for the Asia Oceanic region. The ASMET, the African Satellite Meteorology Education and Training, dust courses, fire monitoring, severe weather. We cover a lot of topics in a lot of areas. This example shows some of our successes with our regional focus group sessions. In Australia, they've been active and that's been covered by 8 years. Do you know how to remove that one? No. But okay, it's one about who's talking. But oh, okay. There it is. Okay, because I noticed that was there yesterday. Okay. And they've been active for 8 years, and the one that's in the Americas and the Caribbean has been active since March of 2004, and that's been over 18 years. And you can see a few examples of the types of information that is highlighted in each of these groups. One way that we enhance collaborations for our trainers is through a conference such as these, and the one in particular is called CalMet. It's the Community for the Advancement of Learning in Meteorology and Related Disciplines. Last year, it was hosted by the Met Service in Argentina. It was virtual, and it was very successful. I think it was one of the most well-attended CalMet conferences in their history. They have there are a lot of interactions between trainers that share their techniques in terms of the training that they do and the outreach that they do. And it's a great environment for us to link into and continue to work on the education aspects or the training aspects, best practices. In terms of what some of the goals of the education and training program that we also look to collaborate on are securing institutional commitment to share learning resources. How do we better, in a virtual world now, how do we better document and provide certificates to the users that participate in these trainings? What other new ways of learning and assessment methods are beneficial to help us assess as well as continue to promote our training? What are the technological barriers? How can we continue to do capacity development? And a theme 9 in particular, how do we identify critical regional needs? And how do we ensure that appropriately qualified participants attend our training events? So related to this is we have developed satellite skills, and we regularly update these to ensure that they meet and address some of the issues in terms of being able to utilize satellite imagery. And this is shown here. And the poster on the right, Ian Marcial mentioned that he's hung it in the lab at his office, and he finds students checking it to see if they have that skill and if they need to find ways to attain that skill that they need. So it's a very helpful method of assessing. So how do we use these skills in training? They're helpful to a lot of the trainers and instructors in identifying the skills that will be addressed in the training. Some of the skills are stated in the course description. And then after the course, these same skills are added to the certificates so that the user can be reminded or the participant can be reminded of them afterwards. And we also link the training to the existing competency framework. So some of it is, the challenges are getting all our trainers to adopt us. And the benefits are that we've heard feedback from trainers that the skills help to write clear learning objectives in the courses. And so these are some of the ways that we're trying to identify some ways to enhance our training efforts. And so with that, I'll stop. And I think Sherry's going to give an update of some of the NOAA related workshops that are planned, that have occurred during the last year and are planned for the future. One of the things I didn't have a slide on will, in Region 3 and 4, we will definitely continue with our monthly regional focus group sessions. Yeah.
I wanted to make a I'm going to say this in Spanish for the people who are over Zoom. Nada más quería comentar acerca del BLAB. Bueno, Bernie es una de las codirectoras. Yo ahorita trabajo para el BLAB como un oficial de soporte técnico. Entonces, si ocupan algo de BLAB, pueden escribirme y yo con todo gusto les puedo atender sus dudas. BLAB es una entidad mundial, trabaja con operadores de satélite, trabaja con centros de excelencia alrededor del mundo enseñando. Y la idea de esto es que entonces nos conozcamos, sepamos cómo hacemos las cosas. Si Asia desarrolla algo bueno, entonces nosotros podemos aprender de ellos y viceversa. Y la idea es que podamos conocer bien cómo entrenar con las mejores capacidades a todos los usuarios de los productos. Si un país desarrolla una buena herramienta, entonces en lugar de que otros países inventen el agua tibia desarrollando la misma, lo que podemos hacer es traducirla, mejorarla y adaptarla a nuestras necesidades. Y entonces simplemente nos apoyamos en los esfuerzos en lugar de duplicar esfuerzos. Con respecto a las capacidades que Bernie acaba de mencionar, existe una lista, un marco referencial de qué capacidades se necesitan para desarrollar ciertas actividades en satélite. Y eso se utiliza para crear entrenamientos y para mapearlos, para saber si usted va a hacer un entrenamiento, qué debe enseñar para obtener ciertos resultados. Y eso pues ayuda mucho también a enfocar los productos. Creo que de momento eso es. Gracias.
Okay, let's go to the next presentation. Those are pro user engagement.
Hello, this is my first time here. I started my job about 2.5 years ago, the day that we went virtual. So I am still learning. Thank you, because I wish I'd known that for the short course earlier today. Learning all sorts of things like how to hide that line. I will be quick here, but I look forward to working with all of you in the future. The most important thing is that we've got the next WMO NOAA workshop in Barbados and Trinidad and Tobago. We'll be working with partners in Region 4 to pull this together. We've got GeoNetcast America, we've got the showcasting. There is a holiday in Barbados, so we're going to not have any meetings, right? And then we'll continue Thursday and Friday with topics based on what the partners in country need, the regional interests, what they would like to learn about. And then the following week, we are in discussion with continuing on with some sort of disaster management exercise. This is initial planning stages. Be on the lookout for that. Two other workshops that when I started working here was what was floating around. One was El Salvador and then Uruguay. So we're going to try to get those rolling or in 2023. So we'll be reaching out to partners and seeing what we can pull together. And it doesn't like that. Additional training that is already in progress. We've got the joint satellite short course in Denver in January on Sunday before the AMS annual meeting. And that is a Python training course. That's going to be hands-on hybrid course where you will be coding and creating beautiful images with using Python. the SATMOC subcommittee is working on the next lecture series to reach out to undergrad, grad, and early career professionals with shorter little sessions to focused on a specific topic to get students and early career professionals interested and exposed to other satellite data. And then the GOES-R program did a pilot hackathon last year with 5 universities, and it went pretty well. The winning team ended up having an app on their phone to do a 3D printout of a hurricane. And someone printed it out. So it was actually really cool. So this next GOES-R Data Jam is going to try to encompass students from all different disciplines. And again, we're in the planning stages, but we're looking to have something in March 2023. That being said, I wanted to go back to the short course and workshops that the most important thing that I would like to learn out of this meeting and this conference is other ways to do the training. The workshops are great. They take a lot of time and a lot of effort from many people. How do we still reach out to people without overloading the user with too much information at once? So I look forward to the conversation today. And I think that's it. I have the contact. Steve Goodman has been wonderful in helping me network and get to know everybody as well. He's on the phone. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Sherry. Thanks, Bernie. Do you have any questions regarding training activities? ¿Tenemos alguna pregunta sobre las actividades de capacitación? El VLAB? Okay, so let's go to the next session of the meeting, which is the presenter, the SDR member updates. Just a quick moment. This is the sequence of presenters that we have this afternoon. So our first presenter is Diana Rodriguez from Argentina. We have a good number of presentations, so we kindly ask you to not exceed 5 minutes. ¿Quieres que lo pase? Aquí. Okay. Bye. Bye.
Hey, hello everybody. My name is Diana Rodriguez and I work at the National Meteorological Service of Argentina. Next, please. I'm going to talk about the satellite data requirement and its applications. There is no satellite data required by any of the institutions that were contained. Our available satellite resources are GOES-16, RGB, PDA, GeoNetcast America, Amazon, and FTP. Moreover, the data received for LEO and GEO is used for different satellite applications and no specific needs of improvement has been identified. Next, please. Next, we can see some of the products and applications that are generated by SMN Argentina. The climate monitoring direction use, or ST data to monitor the status of the Pacific Ocean, Madin Julian, and ENSO. Immerse precipitation data to monitor La Plata Basin region, and Aura OMI, Mopi Terra, Shimashi data to monitor greenhouses gases. Next, please. The sector service direction use MODIS, SMAP, GOES, SWAMI MPP, NOAA 20, and Immerse data to agrometeorology and hydrometeorology applications. We can see some examples. Next, please. On the left, we can see some examples of environmental application with pierce-based night band data to detect fire at night. On the right, we can see the true color image with our MODI sensor showing the cloud of salt that was observed in the Mar Chiquita Lagoon, Córdoba, Argentina. Next, the environmental modeling and remote sensing product direction has several developments. One of them is the Gulf Courage satellite precipitation, whose products combine the network of observation available on the daily scale with the precipitation estimate derived from GPM mission, Immerse Early Run. Next. In addition, we can see on the left a meridional performance of surf ocean wind speed obtained by the WRF model. The scatter index use altimetry satellite data of JSON, SARAL, and Sentinel-6. On the right, a Boolean algorithm was used to obtain the classification of volcanic ash using the thermal band method with NOAA 20 beer sensor for the Venus volcano case. Next. It is an experimental data assimilation system. We can see the data sources and assimilate variables from air, ASCAT, and the motion wind of GOES 16, and the analysis data include. Next. The Naval Hydrographic Service use several LEO satellite data to monitor iceberg and the sea ice stage of development and concentration. Next, regarding updates, the GeoNetcast mobile station of Argentina Air Force was successfully deployed to the northern and southern limits of Argentina. It is used for the safety of aeronautical tasks and support the Antarctica operations. Next. We are still looking forward to get data simulation using DVNet data, increase real-time polar satellite reception in the Argentina Antarctic sector, improvement of automatic identification of convective cluster algorithm for track. Regarding SMM, we request training for the analysis and processing of CALIOP data for the use in the classification and altimetry of aerosol and clouds, in particular with the free software Python. CONAE has been projected to antenna system by the end of the 2022 to receive some of the polar satellite in some continental bases. Next. On behalf of National Meteorological Service of Argentina, thank you very much for your attention. I want to say something. I want to say thank you in memorial of Estela Colini, my friend.
Muchas gracias, Diana. Let's go to our next presentation. I will give you some updates from the Brazilian community. Let me just hide the meeting controls here. All right, we have seen yesterday in the survey review that we have made a significant progress when it comes to data access. And this is also reflected in the Brazilian community. We have 3 GRBs, 6 HRDs, and more than 30 GeoNetcast Americas stations. So the access to GOES-R and JPSS data is consolidated. This is our GRB station that has been inaugurated in February 2020, which is an update from our last meeting. And so now we are receiving geo data from GRB, GNCA, AWS, and PDA. So we process what is available first. And we also process data from our HRD station. We bypass the visualization workstations from the vendors. We use our own data processing solutions and make them available, the products, our own products available to our downstream users. So with that, I have been interacting with the community a lot, and they do not have any specific requirements related to GOES-R and JPSS because the data access is very nice now. And they have requests and requirements regarding other missions. Here we have some examples. Copernicus, near real-time data from the Copernicus Marine Service for the initialization and assimilation of our new community air system model. As we have seen today in the survey, there is a request for atmospheric chemistry projects for research, analysis, and meteorological occurrences, wind data from the Aeolus satellite, and also we currently do not have access to the 15-minute severe data, as Ken mentioned it yesterday. We are a specific kind of user. We make available products in our webpage, so we need a specific kind of contract, and we have to work on that. So we currently are using the freely available hourly data. So this is one of the requirements that we still have to work on. So regarding applications, we are using both geo and LEO data in a number of applications: radiation, ocean, precipitation, winds, hotspots, nowcasting, lightning, space weather, and RGB composites. And we also have developed some visualization tools, and by far the most accessed one is our DSAT interface, which is which uses tile-based technology, much like Series LiDAR, where we have GOES bands, RGBs composites, GLM products. And we still need to work on adding derived products, but for that we need storage. And storage is a huge, huge challenge for us. And another challenge is adding LEO data to these technologies. It's quite challenging. We are more familiarized with geo data processing, but we still have much work to do regarding LEO data. Regarding technical needs, challenges, and requirements, these are some of the topics that are most commented by the community. Cloud processing, options for long time series and weather analysis, data simulation from different satellites obtained through different access mechanisms in our numerical weather forecast models is still a big challenge. Storage for large time series and a data processing environment with direct access to storage for processing climatological series. And there is a need for a centralized high-end processing system to analyze long data series, to run simulations of statistical and meteorological models, in addition to a high capacity and reliable storage system to maintain historical series and the results of the simulation. So this is some common issues from our community. Also, when it comes to LEO processing, we also have some challenges. This has been reported by the fire and hotspots research team. They are having some problems with processing NOAA 18 and 19 imagery. The navigation of that is being provided by the vendor solution is not accurate. We have some errors between 3 and 5 kilometers. So we are working on this issue, and we are trying to port everything that is being provided by the vendor solutions to our own algorithms using mainly Python. And talking about the contributions to our community, this year we will start sharing the code for our DSAT tool. So next month we will receive some institutions there, and we will train there so they are able to use this technology locally in their own services and feed this technology with their own imagery for their own region. So this will be a very nice experience. So if any of you is interested in joining us, please let us know. Another contribution to the community is the creation of this command line implementation of DSAT, where users may download historical data, and for specific regions, specific periods, and specific products using this command line tool. And we also provide some tools to facilitate the processing of satellite data. This is just an example. a script to generate the lat long grid for GO16 imagery, which facilitates a lot the creation of derived products, for example. And as a final contribution, we have an open FTP with GO16 at CDFs since 2017. And the difference here between other data sources is that the data is already subsected for Latin America, so the file sizes are smaller. It is already reprojected. So this has been used by some countries in the region since the launch of GO16. So this is a nice contribution from Brazil. And that's it. Thank you very much. And if you have any questions, please let us know. Thanks. Okay, our next presenter is Mr. Kenneth Kerr from the British Caribbean Territories. Let me just hide this.
Thank you, Diego. Good evening. Hello, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to present on behalf of the British Caribbean Territories. I'll focus mostly on the Cayman Islands, but I think it is fitting that I am coming after Brazil and Argentina because they are showing us where we need to be, and we are far from that. So what I would present would show where our gaps are. And in terms of our needs, there are 3 points I want to make. The first is that in terms of our requirements, we have a special need for high-resolution satellite-derived wind vector images that are scaled to the island and regional levels that can enable our forecasters to better observe and forecast rapid evolving or developing phenomena such as tropical squall lines. These systems have become more frequent in the region and have affected our countries in significant ways with the attendant loss and damages. And specifically, they are not easily detected, and therefore our warning for these phenomena are often delayed. And therefore, we feel that closing the gap could be done through training to use satellite data to depict and detect these systems. The second point here is that I want to make the point that the Cayman Islands fall within the CONUS contiguous US footprint, and therefore is able to process 5-minute data and 1-minute mesoscale sector data when available. But in order to do that, the country needed an additional processor to reduce the lag and to speed up data processing. But outside of that footprint, other British Caribbean territories and other members out of the CMO in the Caribbean that are outside of the CONUS have a need for greater frequency to access satellite image at 5-minute intervals for high impact events apart from tropical cyclones and volcano events. In particular, I'm speaking here about very active trough systems, convective coupled Kelvin waves, ITCZ with high moisture content, and other tropical cloud clusters that sometimes are on par with atmospheric rivers of the north or mid latitudes and bring the significant loss and damages to the island states in the Caribbean, in the BCT territories. And if we have access to these temporal scales in terms of satellite images to our forecasters in these high impact weather events, then we'll be able to better monitor and observe these events on time scales similar to the radar in the US and those environments within the CONUS footprint. The third point here is our significant need for high resolution polar satellite products, perhaps composited to Caribbean sector, in order for us to better monitor and track sargassum mats and provide an overview of the risks that have been posed by these sargassum mats that are producing coastal inundation in the Caribbean area. And these are having significant impacts on our socioeconomic situation, in particular, dependent sectors like tourism and fisheries, marine activities, and coastal ecosystem services. Since 2011 to now, we have had significant incursions of sargassum mats, and we need to have access to these polar satellite imagery to better monitor and to use it in trajectory. And this is a significant point. Most of our economies are tourism-based. In terms of how these products are used, well, the Cayman Islands, for example, has direct broadcasts. So they have access to this high, well, very good data sets that are invaluable and enable the forecasters to assess marine and aviation and public hazards that enable them to produce very good forecasts, including dust plumes. But one of the things that is very good is that the dust RGB has become an operational factor that enables the Cayman Islands to better warn in terms of degraded air quality. And similar to use the air mass RGB to differentiate between tropical and polar air masses, and in particular, that tail end or shear line that tends to whip the islands in the Caribbean Sea out of mid-latitude cyclones. So in order to better use these systems, though, we have a significant need for advanced training in RGB imagery and application based in terms of integrating this into innovative solutions that will enable us to, in an operational environment, better prepare and provide better or more informed information so that the decision makers are in a better place to make decisions. We also need training in retrieving different satellite data formats, example, NetCDF formats, and the manipulation of these data sets using data analytics and deep learning techniques, such as Python and R, to develop tailored applications at varying geographical scales, especially at the island levels. So apart from that, our technical needs include improved internet capability for distributing satellite data across different islands and improving in a significant way that international cooperation or standard operating procedures that will enable us to trigger access to mesoscale rapid scan satellite imageries for high impact convective system. We need to have in place a better system that will make it easier for the island states to get access to that data when the need arises. And again, I just want to make the closing points here that we really need the low orbits to give us these high resolution data sets that will enable us to assess high impact sub-island and island scale, mesoscale complex cloud systems and emerging hazards such as Sahara dust. We have a lot of bushfires now, especially in the dry season, and we want to be able to have satellite imagery that can assist us in making informed decisions. But a key component in a challenge, in terms of challenges here, is the budgetary constraints that have hindered us from acquiring these new satellite data types. Whenever there is an upgrade, for example, or changing the satellite system. And yesterday we saw that in a couple of years' time, goes EXO is on stream, and already RGB may not be available. So after having invested in significant sums in direct readout, we may be off the grid. So we are hoping that these upgrades can enable our assets to be continuous, because for small island developing states like the Cayman Islands and others, these are very expensive assets that we invest in, and we would want to have continuity in terms of accessing the satellite data using those systems. And with that, I want to thank you.
Thank you very much, Kenneth. Very interesting points, and we'll be certainly considering these issues as a group in the near future. Do you have any comments regarding his presentation? No? Our next presenter is Kathy-Ann Caesar. I wonder if she's online. Kathy-Ann, are you there?
I am here. Thank
Okay,
you.
I will share your presentation here.
Thank you so much.
You just let me know when I have to. Just a moment.
Good afternoon, all.
Okay. Okay, you might begin. You may begin.
Okay. Yes, so good afternoon. Again, my name is Kathy-Ann Caesar, and I'll be giving just a brief update on the GeoNetCast installations across the Eastern Caribbean. Again, I'm Chief Meteorologist at the Caribbean Institute of Meteorology and Hydrology, also known part of our mandate as the Center of Excellence in Satellite Meteorology in Barbados. Next slide, please. Okay, so as many of you all would know, we started or to introduce GeoNetCast into the region a few years ago. And given the support, with the support of NOAA, we had GeoNetCast installed in Barbados at the at CIMH and also in Belize. But we needed to install or get more in the island states involved. Now, under the USAID Strengthening Disaster and Climate Resilience in Eastern Caribbean and Southern Caribbean project, we had the opportunity to do so. And let me just give just a little background on this. Given my involvement in the SDR and knowing that many of the Eastern Caribbean countries had actually wanted to get the GeoNetCast as a cost-effective source of in satellite data, I got the opportunity to actually put this as one of the projects under the SDR when asked by the principal to do so. One of my goals, given that the GeoNetCast was cost effective, given the low cost of actually getting that access compared to a GRB, I thought we believed it was a good opportunity to actually have the Eastern Island states under these projects get access to GeoNetCast. However, there were two things that actually increased the cost of actually getting the GeoNetCast into these islands. So as part of the SDR project, 7 island states were identified: Antigua, Barbados, Dominica, Grenada, St. Kitts, St. Vincent, and St. Lucia. By the time we had started the project, St. Lucia had already purchased and installed their own GeoNetCast system. And then when we put in the cost for the others, we actually came across a problem that we discussed only yesterday. In part, in actually installing this, and Diego will tell you this, when you can actually do a lot of the installation of GeoNetCast at a very low cost. But however, you need to have the technical support. And one of the things that is lacking across the Caribbean, and of course, a lot of our states, is the technical support to do that. And the difference in cost of actually doing it on your own compared to actually hiring a company could actually, the difference between $20,000 US dollars to sometimes $63,000 or $65,000. That is the truth. And so we had once we realized that there was not going to be enough technical support in these islands, we had to pivot into actually getting a turnkey system. There are 2 or 3 companies out there that offers these turnkey system. We finally decided on a supplier of Expertise Electronics Corporation. And to save cost, what was decided is that they would have 2 installations within 2 of the islands, that being St. Kitts and Antigua. And then the others would be installed given technical expertise, videotapes, and manuals. So we embarked on this, and COVID also was a great hazard, really. COVID actually hampered a lot of the delivery, travel, and actually did add some additional cost. But as of today, St. Kitts and Nevis and Antigua, as you'll see in a few minutes, have been successfully installed. ECC will provide remote guidance for the installation for Barbados, Dominica, Grenada, St. Vincent, and the Grenadines. 7 of the instructional kits were actually distributed. They have been now, they are on island in all the states, and we expect that they should have full installation by the end of September. Concurrently, the SDR project has actually come to an end. So we would just now kind of wrapping up to get all these projects installed. The St. Lucia, we have actually provided some support to St. Lucia to get their system up and running, providing some guidance to them. Next slide, please. So here, just a brief review of what happened in St. Kitts. What needed to happen in all the island states is that they would have given us their locations, their site locations, their distance from where they would be monitoring. And then they had to do some preliminary installations of the platforms. In St. Kitts, we had a land or a surface platform, and they did that, and then the system was installed. Next slide, please. So here they have they're actually putting the antenna together. While they're doing this, the entire process from actually unpacking to actually putting every screw in was being recorded. So actually here they're putting up the hardware, locking the washers into place. Next slide. And here we have the total process now being, they have actually put up the antenna, putting in the guides, and then the cables were then put in, and actually to the, if you go up here to the station, the orange building, the guides were actually then passed into that building. Next slide, please. This is the Antigua installation. They were a roof installation, actually on the roof of the airport building. They also had to put in a platform. Next slide. And here we have the full installation being put in. One of the more important things that we also did, the tall gentleman in the middle here, that is actually Mr. Marvin Ford, the senior technician at CINH, and he was on hand to look at the process, actually be involved in the process. Therefore, he would provide on-hand guidance to the other countries. And we have the expert, many of you may know Eric Batiste, who is actually the chief installator for EEC. Next slide, please. Part of the process was actually getting some of the programs. The programs they use POTUS, I'm always going to say incorrectly, but they actually have this installed in both. This was purchased by the islands. We couldn't do it because of the cost, but I think both Antigua and St. Kitts have purchased it on their own, and they have it installed. And there are also videos and manuals on how it was used and how to use it very effectively. So we're going to actually look at this going forward. Next slide, please. So for that end, what we are also doing, we continue to work with Eric Matson before he retires and leaves us, and he has been a great supporter of the installation of GNet Cast across the region for a number of years. And under the current MOU that CIMH has with NOAA, we're hoping to actually now house a number of the receivers for the GNet Cast as a backup source of that backup source for the receivers. So we should have somewhere between close to 25 receivers that would be actually stored at CIMH, and that will be open to use not only across the Caribbean region, but across Latin America if anyone wants one. So we're hoping that that will be in place by the end of the year. CIMH continues to have their system that receives data. However, we do need to have, again, our own technicians to actually monitor and help us use some of the data, but we're actually working towards that. We do, in terms of training, we continue to maintain an extensive schedule of training in satellites, including in all major classes, or courses, I should say. And we are hoping that we can do a little bit more going forward. However, this year, 2022, as we return to face-to-face training, we are limited in staff so that we will not be able to do much excess training, but we will be able to support, or we're hoping to support in terms of the facilities, the November training with the NOAA and with the University of Leeds in the UK. Next slide, please. So this workshop would be an RA4 GeoNetcast, and actually this should be a C and not an S, sorry. And the severe weather forecasting project workshop, which should be planned for late November into December. We're hoping it might be a week or week and a half. And we will be covering things like GeoNetcast training, utilizing, looking at some of how the installation took place, also exposing to introduction of showcasting from MP, and how that is used. We have a holiday in there, so we'll work around that. And then we look at some severe weather forecasting, as well as using satellite data and topics to be determined. So we're hoping that will be at least a week to week and a half workshop. Next slide, I think that should be the end. Yes, so thank you for allowing me to just to quickly give you an update. It has been a long project in trying to get these systems installed, but hopefully we can, not hopefully, we will actually successfully do this by the end of this year. We should have the additional 7 GeoNetcast stations up. And it will be exciting to see how we move forward from there, because it does allow us to now introduce, as Kenneth was saying, the access to more satellite products across the region. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Kathy Ann. I have a question. I have seen the videos that have been prepared for this project, and they are very, very professional.
Yes.
And I wonder if they will be available for the community as a whole.
That could, I would have to ask, but I think that's something that we would like to do as well. They were professionally, we actually, as part of the contract, hired a professional team. We went through all the, they were very open with us of what was in the videos, and how they were really open to actually giving us as much information as possible. So I can actually ask about that, and I don't see why not, but I cannot say since it's under a project.
Okay.
But I will definitely ask.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll be looking forward to working with you in this project in the future. Thanks.
And before I leave, I must thank Diego. I must thank you for helping us during the entire process. We couldn't have done it without you. Thank you so much.
Welcome. Thanks, Kathy. Our next presenter is Matt Arquette from the Meteorological Service of Canada. Thanks, Matt.
Okay, thanks everybody. Thanks to Diego Marcial for organizing the meeting, and very happy to be here. I'll jump right into it. So yeah, we're the icy north. So I start with a LEO point, but I do want to make the point that we have 4 GRB stations in Canada, 2 east, 2 west, and then we use the PDA as our backup on GOES-R. And everything has been working nominally. Incredible support from NOAA and this community, in fact, to get that installed, and have been operating since 2017. So yeah, the big thing on our table right now is we have a very old HRPT polar orbiting LEO network, 4 stations in Canada. As you can imagine, the LEO data is quite important for us, being a lot further away from the equator than most of the people in this room. So the Arctic forecasting, which is a big part for us in Canada, not as important as the southern part of Canada, because most of our population is right along the border with the US. So GOES-R is by far the workhorse for us. But LEO data is extremely important, and as the Arctic continues to diminish, it becomes more important to have better monitoring of that area. The other thing we're exploring, I'm kind of taking this presentation from both a forecaster perspective, but also numerical weather prediction, which is a massive part of our meteorological service. Data assimilation is a big component of the products that are provided to our forecasters and to the communities writ large. So we are exploring UMetCast terrestrial for additional data sets. We have quite a hungry data assimilation group within the Met service who are always looking for new data types and data sets. So one of the things we want to do is get better access to UMetCast terrestrial. So we're working on that currently. We're also exploring the GeoNetcast Americas. We have an antenna that's been offline for a number of years. We were considering using it in the GOES-R program, but moved away from that through the project. But since the GOES DCS data sets have been added to that feed, there's interest from our National Hydrological Service in that data. They currently receive their DCS. As you can imagine, we're a very vast and big country, so a lot of our surface weather stations and hydrometric stations use the GOES DCS to transfer data back into our NWP systems. So GOES DCS is a very, very important tool for us, and currently we use internet for that back through NOAA, and it comes into our systems. Great system, but there are times where it fails out. And so we're looking for alternatives. We're looking for redundancy. And in fact, we could be looking at putting 2 DRGS systems, satellite antennas in place to do that. But we want to explore what these GNCA data sets are. This last 2 are a little bit outside of my realm, but we are accessing timed data. I've never heard of this satellite before, but apparently we are accessing this through our data simulation folks are, but unfortunately the latency for that data is not good enough at this point. We're also interested in megatropiques, which is RO data. RO data has become really important in NWP. So any of those types of data sets, and I'll talk a little bit more in a slide to come, but that's data that we're very, very interested in, especially within our NWP community. As I just said in the last part, Canada's a big country, so satellite data for us is crucial. If we didn't have that, we would not be able to monitor our landmass. We would not be able to do the forecasts that we do. So obviously satellite data from all types of satellites is very, very important. One of our challenges, I'm on the data provision side, but one of our challenges is actually on the visualization side. So I know Marcel was asking what Nino is. Nino is the workstation that we use. I think it's used in other Met services around the world, but the big problem we have is just hardware and getting all of the data to the users. And so we've had to do quite a bit of cutting of cookies and making sure that we're not feeding too much data to that station. So as a result, we are looking at alternate methods in which to send the data to our users, and WMS seems like probably the most easy or the best way to do that. So we're working with our colleagues to look at how we can use WMS to feed more data and serve more data to the users. As I mentioned earlier, the GNSS-RO data is very important and is showing through NWP scores to have quite an impact on the forecast. So, through NOAA, we've been fortunate enough to get access to some of their commercial RO data sets, and we're using those in our operations. But we are interested in other data sets like Planet IQ and genomes data as well. what can we use to do them better? I think one of the big things for us as the satellite world continues to evolve and create new instruments and create new data types and sets is just ensuring that training and data access and processing are available in advance. So one of the big challenges sometimes we have is just making sure that we have all that. Didn't happen in the GOES-R. GOES-R was excellent, with CSPP is a fantastic solution. And so we're just talking probably on some of the other satellites that we deal with in the radar world, and just making sure that we have those tools so that when the data is launched, it's ready to go. Faster data access is always a pressing thing. So the faster the data can come into the systems, the more important information can be extruded from that. And as a result, so fast access is always a big thing for us. We're starting to get into big data analytics, looking into artificial intelligence, machine learning, in some of the application areas that we do. So that is definitely, but it's a hurdle. It's a new thing. I think, the whole world is working with this, and it's a new tool, I guess. And then, yeah, just probably this is really my last point here is really related to the GPS, like the GNSS RO data. The RO data is just around the licenses and getting licenses in place to access data. That can sometimes be a trouble. Not a problem for our METSATs, of course, thankfully, but some of the other stuff, it does become a bit of an issue. Just maybe this is more of an update than actual issues, but one of the big things that's happened in Canada in the last, it actually happened in January this year, is we did release a federal Earth observation strategy. This is something that we've been trying to put in place for a number of years, and with a lot of work across the government. In fact, we did issue a strategy in January of this year. The link is there in the presentation. I encourage you to have a look. Really just trying to give us a policy framework in which we can hang stuff on as we move forward, and start to build that, I guess, within cabinet and within the decision makers in government, to really show the importance of SEO, or satellite Earth observation, and that we have something that we can point to. And so this is released by 3 of our ministers in January. So it's a big step for us from the Earth observation field and side to have that. And what's come out of that is a number of projects and initiatives that are ongoing, some satellite missions. So most recently, there was funding given in our budget for the wildfire sat mission, which will provide wildfire information over Canada and hopefully outside, which was a big investment by our government. We're also moving forward with the next generation of the RADARSAT Constellation mission. Probably not as familiar for folks in this room, but very important for us in Canada because of its synthetic aperture radar's ability to see day and night, and also through any weather. So for ice forecasting, it's extremely important, and it has a lot of other applications as well. Another big mission that we're working on right now, for again, not as important for the folks in this room, but we're looking at something called the Arctic Observing Mission, which is looking at putting a satellite into a highly elliptical orbit, which would provide frequent GOES type imagery for the Arctic region, which is one of the big areas of, and I'm sure Ken will attest to, is one of our gap areas in the world. So we're working with NOAA, NASA, EUMETSAT, and ESA on this, looking to hopefully go to cabinet in 2024 to ask for money to further this mission. Last point, like I just said, our big push in my group and what we'll be doing over the next 3 years is to try to replace our polar network. So we have received funding from the government, again, linked to the strategy, and we were able to push to get funding for our ground segment, but also our other colleagues that are responsible for the RADARSAT Constellation mission reception also receive money. So in preparation for the next generation. So there's money from the government being invested in NEO, which is a great thing. But our big job right now is to get this project going. And we're looking at installing four new antennas for polar reception. One in Edmonton, one in Gander, Newfoundland, which is on the East Coast, but we're trying to put 2 new stations in the north. So one in Inuvik our plan, if communications are good enough, to put one in Iqaluit. So we're waiting for a few things to come out through commercial vendors with respect to comms and getting data out of the Arctic, as many, maybe not so many people in this room know, but getting data out of the Arctic is not easy. There's not a lot of good communication links, but with the types of Starlink and companies like that, we're hoping that those solutions will be in place soon, and that will enable us to put these stations in the north and get the data out. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Matt. Our next presenter is Camilo Barahona de Chile. Ah, okay. Sí, 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 sí.
Ok, hola a todos. Voy a dar mi presentación en español y me va a estar traduciendo José Gálvez, así que muchas gracias. Bueno, yo soy Camilo Barahona, representante de Chile ante esta comisión, y voy a presentarle el estatus de nuestro país y todo lo solicitado en esta reunión.
This is Camilo Barahona. He's representing Chile, and he's gonna show the updates on the satellite coming from Chile.
Ok, respecto a las solicitudes de datos satelitales, nosotros en este momento no realmente hemos hecho un análisis y no necesitamos datos, ya que contamos con estas 4 estaciones GOES de lectura directa.
So at the moment, they don't have any satellite data requirements for Chile. They're working very well. They have actually 4 GRP stations in Chile.
Además contamos con varias estaciones polares, LEO, pero que les voy a comentar más adelante qué está pasando con ellas.
And they also have some stations to work with LEO data in polar areas, and he's going to talk a little bit about it later.
Ok, respecto al uso de datos satelitales, nosotros hemos tratado de aprovechar al máximo la disponibilidad de datos GOES en particular.
So they have made a lot of efforts to try to make the most of GOES data in particular.
Por ejemplo, hemos obtenido canales, ¿cierto? Productos, RGB, compuestos. Hemos trabajado en conjunto con muchos profesionales meteorólogos en particular y le hemos dado un énfasis mucho más operativo a los datos del GOES.
So in Chile, they have placed a lot of emphasis in working with GOES data. They have used channel data. They have generated their own RGBs. They have generated their own guides, and they have worked really thoroughly on using these in operations. So they are big GOES data users.
Hasta este momento nosotros contamos con financiamiento para contratar software pagados, tales como de la empresa IBL, y tenemos Beacher Weather, Moving Weather y Aero Weather para producir todos estos datos y productos.
So at the current time, they have funding available to contract some companies that provide some softwares like IVL and among others that they're using to work with the products as well.
Y acá nosotros en la diapositiva vemos algunos ejemplos de lo que nosotros también hemos hecho. Por ejemplo, breves folletos explicativos acerca de cómo se caracterizan los canales, qué se puede ver con ellos, y también los RGB. Además tenemos un portal interactivo que combina imágenes satelitales y productos de modelos numéricos.
Yes, so they have also worked thoroughly on developing these guides, which they have made available for training and application to know how to use the different products. And as well, they have a couple of websites where they have incorporated satellite data and also numerical weather prediction products.
Ok, y bueno, acá también vemos un loop de ejemplo que está disponible en nuestra página web.
This is a sample of one of the loops that is available on their website.
Ahora, yendo a los problemas, que tenemos bastante problema ahora, les voy a contar en resumen lo que pasa. Nosotros, las antenas polares que tenemos en Chile están todas fuera de servicio.
So now he's going to move into talking about the issues that they're having. And to start, with the biggest issue at the moment is that all the LEO satellite stations that they have are out of service right now.
En el caso de Santiago y Punta Arenas, la situación es bastante mala porque las antenas no fueron renovadas en su momento. Por lo tanto, ya pasaron su vida útil. Así que están totalmente fuera de servicios, están muertas.
So the most critical cases are actually in Santiago de Chile, the capital, and in Punta Arenas. So there's the stations, they were not updated. And at this point, they already passed their lifetime. So they're totally lost.
En el caso de Isla de Pascua, hay un problema bastante particular. Si bien la antena y la estación están funcionando bien, tenemos un problema con el ancho de banda. Para que se hagan una idea, toda la Isla de Pascua tiene un ancho de banda aproximado de 4 megabytes por segundo. Por lo tanto, eso ha traído problemas con el uso de los datos satelitales y nos reclamó la gente y el gobierno, digamos, puso problemas para transmitir datos satelitales.
So in Easter Island, they have a different problem. The station is working well, but they do have a serious problem with the bandwidth. So for the entire island, the bandwidth is 4 megabytes per second. And they even have a lot of complaints from different people regarding this issue.
Y por último, Antártica, como no tenemos un soporte, no hemos pagado soporte, está con problemas y no sabemos cuál es el problema.
And the last station is in Antarctica, and they don't have funding for support at the moment, and they don't know what's going on. They're trying to figure out what the problem is.
Para esto, para subsanar, digamos, lo que está pasando, tenemos un plan y una propuesta que le vamos a presentar, ¿cierto?, a las instituciones de gobierno para financiarnos la renovación de la red integrada satelital.
Okay, so they have a plan and they're working for the government to try to get some additional funding to be able to work on restoring improving the current satellite network.
Pero el plan considera solamente actualizar o renovar las estaciones o los software asociados a GOES, no los sistemas polares, por un asunto de déficit fiscal. Lamentablemente Chile está pasando por un momento político-económico complicado y eso ha repercutido en un recorte a los recursos para estos proyectos.
Yeah, the one problem they're having is that because of Chile is going through a complicated period regarding the economics, then the budgets are being cut. So they only have a plan for GOES, but they don't have a plan for the LEO component.
En particular, para la estación de Antártica, esa estación está buena, está funcionando, solamente que hay un problema que no hemos encontrado o no tenemos la capacidad para encontrarlo. La última información que nos dio la empresa ES, ¿cierto? Fue que el demodulador está fallando, pero no tenemos más información. Así que estamos buscando a alguien, ya que probablemente desde nuestro gobierno no va a salir el dinero, alguien interesado pueda utilizar la antena antártica.
Okay, so in case of Antarctica, they actually have a problem going on, but they are in the middle of trying to figure what it is. They don't know. The last they heard was that there was a problem with the demodulator, but that's all they know at the moment. So they are looking for people, institutions or university that are interested in using this antenna.
Finalmente, frente a este escenario de incertidumbre, estamos trabajando en un plan B para independizarnos de los sistemas pagados. Es decir, queremos aspirar a algo más independiente, como lo que hace INPE, lo que hace Costa Rica, lo que hacen ustedes. Y para ello entonces es formar un nuevo equipo de trabajo, adquirir nuevas profesionales, ¿cierto? Ingenieros, informáticos, y trabajar con software libres, etcétera.
So they do have a plan B given these situations with the funding, and the plan B is basically working into solutions that do not depend on this paid equipment. So basically moving into something like what Diego is doing in Brazil with DSAT, and actually getting a good group of programmers and so on, and placing all this funding into this project to become more independent.
Finalmente, para esto ya estamos trabajando y Diego Sousa en particular nos ha brindado ayuda con trabajar los datos satelitales GOES con Python. Esto es un comienzo que pretendemos darle un mayor alcance en el futuro. Muchas gracias.
Yeah. Yeah, so they already started working on that option. It just started and they're working with Diego as well. Diego is helping as always. Great.
Thank you very much, Camilo. Muchas gracias. Our next presenter is Hugo Saavedra. Va a presentar en español y José nos va a ayudar.
Buenas
Hugo.
tardes, Hugo. ¿Nos escuchas?
Muy buenas tardes para todos. Los escucho perfectamente, potente y claro.
Ok, perfecto, Hugo. Si pudieras hablar frases cortas, va a ser más fácil para que yo pueda traducirte. ¿Está bien?
Sí, señor. Muy buenas tardes para todos. Voy a hacer mi presentación en español. Espero que me ayuden con la traducción al inglés. Va a ser muy clara y muy sencilla. Siguiente. Básicamente, el IDEAN utiliza antena receptora GOES 16 y datos de Internet de todas las aplicaciones que tienen ustedes allá, con 4 propósitos: monitoreo, modelamiento numérico del tiempo, climatología y modelamiento de predicción mensual y estacional.
Okay, so IDEAM counts with stations for receiving GRB. They're also avid users of online resources as well, and they have 4 applications. ¿Podrías repetir las 4 aplicaciones, por favor?
Sí, las 4 propósitos son monitoreo, modelamiento numérico del tiempo, climatología y modelamiento de predicción mensual y estacional.
Okay, so the 4 main missions are monitoring, then forecasting the weather, climate, and then expansion into monthly monitoring.
En el tema de, no, el anterior. En el tema de monitoreo de la precipitación, se utilizan las salidas del hidroestimador publicadas por la NOAA Center for Satellite Application and Research.
In terms of monitoring precipitation, they use very frequently the hydro estimator that is available from NOAA that you can see.
Estos datos en grids son convertidos a formatos gráficos y TIFF georreferenciados, no solo para ser publicados en el portal de modelos del IDEAM, sino para verificar las salidas de precipitación de los modelos de tiempo en lugares donde no existen estaciones.
So they work with grid data, and then they use that to generate these charts, and that helps them to monitor, especially given that there are several locations that they don't have stations at.
Siguiente, por favor. En el tema de modelos de pronóstico del tiempo y con el fin de realizar downscaling dinámico con el modelo WRF, utilizamos como condiciones ideales y de frontera las salidas de los modelos GFS, Global Forecasted System.
With respect to numerical weather prediction, they base a lot of their forecasts on the GFS, and they use GFS output to initialize WRF models. So they have several domains using the WRF models.
Siguiente. Estos datos se aprovechan también para realizar análisis de escala sinóptica con el uso de software WinGrid, que utiliza el Weather Prediction Center de la NOAA para dichos propósitos.
They also, for analysis of data and forecasting, they also use, as an example, the software WinGrids, which is one of the softwares we actually train on in WPC.
Siguiente, por favor. En el tema de climatología, utilizamos los datos del Climate Forecast System Reanalysis, GFSR, desde el portal de la NOAA, con el fin de realizar análisis y algunos estudios de líneas de precipitación y líneas de corriente a distintas alturas para el periodo 81-2000, incluso para las distintas fases del ENOS.
In terms of climate monitoring and forecasting, they use a lot the Climate Forecast System Reanalysis, CFSR. And this is showing some of the fields that they use for monitoring the climate.
Siguiente, por favor. En el tema de modelos, en predicción mensual y estacional de la precipitación y la temperatura, el IAN utiliza el conjunto de modelos que dispone la NOAA en sus enlaces en el North American Multimodel Ensemble y con los datos en formato hasta ahí, ¿no? Y ya seguimos.
Okay, and also for climate prediction, once we're looking into the future, they are avid users of the NMME, the North American Multimodal Ensemble. Okay.
Sí, con los datos en formato grids, se calculan los cambios de porcentaje de precipitación pronosticados con respecto al clima de referencia en baja resolución.
So they use the grid format to calculate their own anomalies in low resolution.
Igualmente se realiza doble scaling estadístico, donde se establecen relaciones estadísticas con análisis de correlación canónica para un periodo determinado.
And then they also look into correlations and statistical analysis and so on to look further into the data.
Entre cada uno de los 7 modelos con las observaciones y una vez conocidas estas ecuaciones junto con la habilidad predictiva, se descargan sus pronósticos para tener las predicciones en la resolución de observaciones, SIR para precipitación y estaciones para temperatura, entendiendo por ende el ensamble.
Okay, and they do verification and statistical analysis using all the members of the NMME group models, and especially for temperature and for precipitation.
Siguiente, por favor. En el modelo GFS2, el IDAN realiza scripts para obtener la dinámica pronosticada de algunas variables meteorológicas a escala diaria y mensual y a un horizonte de predicción de 9 meses. Sus datos son descargados desde un link de la NOAA y han sido útiles para determinar la migración de la zona de confluencia.
They also use the climate forecast system CFS version 2 to look into the climate prediction, and it's been very useful to them, especially to evaluate the migration of the ITCC convergence zone.
Igualmente lo utilizamos para el conteo de la actividad ciclónica, los descensos de frentes fríos a la franja intertropical, la MJO pronosticada a través de la velocidad potencial en 200 hectopascales.
They also use it for other analysis that are applicable for weather prediction and climate predictions. They look at waves, they look at surface fronts, and they look at the Madden-Julian, velocity potential, and so on.
Igualmente, con este insumo de la NOAA se realiza un double scaling dinámico con WRF diariamente, con el fin de obtener a fin de cada mes un ensamble de algunas variables de interés para los sectores como variables como precipitación, temperatura, viento, radiación solar, entre otros.
So they use the CFS version 2 as an initialization for downscaling. So they do some downscaling and run their own models and generate ensembles to help them with climate prediction at finer scales.
Siguiente, por favor. Estos son algunos de los modelos de predicción climática que bajamos, el double scaling dinámico, como ya lo decía, realizado con el modelo WRF, tomando condiciones iniciales y de fronteras del SCFS versión 2 y bajamos el pronóstico para Bogotá y para unas zonas más locales, con salidas para los próximos 3 meses y salidas diarias.
This is just this is an example of he was mentioning. These are products from their higher resolution models that are generated by downscaling, dynamically downscaling using the CFS version 2 output. And this is showing some of the key locations, in this case, Bogota, which is the capital. And they use this for daily forecast for several days and also for several months.
Siguiente, por favor. Tenemos otras técnicas, como lo mencionaba, las imágenes de los diferentes canales del satélite GOES nos permiten hacer seguimiento continuo a las condiciones atmosféricas e inferir y exterminar los valores de precipitación con mejores resoluciones temporales y espaciales.
Okay, going into the issues, findings and updates, they use ghost imagery, and they help her to monitor continuously what's going on and to help her especially with precipitation, which is an important variable in Colombia. Okay.
Como les mencionaba al comienzo, tenemos una antena de recepción GOES en el edificio del IDEAN y utilizamos todos los enlaces de la NOAA, y esta de la NOAA está ahí.
Okay. They do have a GRB station that is located in the main building of the Weather Service in Bogota, in IDEAM, and they also use that data, and they also use online data.
En cuanto a las necesidades, tenemos muchas posibilidades que incluye el mejoramiento de los modelos en el tema de incendios, modelos de deslizamientos, inundaciones y seguimiento en general al comportamiento de la atmósfera en diferentes niveles.
So the current issues that they have are mostly on applications of the data. So they're still trying to develop and improve models for fires, for mudslides, for flooding, and in general for following up features in the atmosphere.
Siguiente, por favor. Tenemos otras necesidades y otros requerimientos, como la construcción de una herramienta para evaluar la contribución de los principales fenómenos de variabilidad climática en el comportamiento de las variables meteorológicas.
They're also working on developing a tool to evaluate the contribution of different phenomena related to climate, and especially focusing on elements such as precipitation, temperature, wind, moisture, and solar radiation.
También necesitaríamos la identificación y generación de productos sobre la ocurrencia de fenómenos adversos para la aeronavegación, como las turbulencias, el engelamiento, las zonas de tormento y las zonas de visibilidad reducida por niebla.
They need to work and identifying and generating products that help her with aviation, weather forecasting, for example, turbulence, icing, finite areas of thunderstorms, low visibility, and so on.
Igualmente necesitaríamos imágenes de mayor resolución espectral para detectar diferentes tipos de aerosoles que reducen la calidad del aire y tienen importantes impactos en la salud en grandes áreas urbanas o industriales.
They are interested in finding imagery that has a higher resolution, so it can help them with monitoring atmospheric chemistry issues, for example, aerosols, ozone, NOx, SO2, and other components.
Siguiente, por favor. Esta lámina la resumiría en su contexto en el desarrollo de capacidad. Aquí lo que tenemos en Colombia es que tenemos muchos productos de la NOAA, pero no tenemos la capacidad ni el conocimiento para interpretar todo este material.
So something interesting that they have a need and they're working on is building capacity. They have a lot of products available thanks to NOAA that they use, but they are still working in trying to understand how to apply them. So they have a big need in building the capacity, and they want to work on that.
Por lo tanto, necesitamos capacitación a diferentes niveles con acceso a las herramientas para mejorar el análisis de la información satelital para un uso más amplio de los productos.
So something that they would like is more training. They are very interested in receiving more training on evaluating different tools and be able to apply them to their work.
Y para concluir, en cuanto a la distribución de los datos, el gran desafío es tener una forma eficiente y oportuna de poner todos los datos a disposición de las instituciones de protección civil, de la comunidad científica, la academia y el público en general.
Another challenge is that they need to work to improve the availability of the data that goes into emergency managers and decision makers and so on. So they also need to work on that.
Esto sería ya todo. Muchísimas gracias por la atención y estoy atento a cualquier pregunta o requerimiento. Muchas gracias.
This is all. Thank you for the attention, and he's open for questions.
Muchas gracias, Hugo. ¿Alguna pregunta, algún comentario? Podemos tener los comentarios después. We may have the questions after all the presentations. Our next presenters are Maureen Fonseca y Giancarlo de Costa Rica.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Maureen Fonseca,
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Giancarlo.
and we are going to present the updates for Costa Rica. In an overview of institutions with SDR,
Haciendo un recuento con las instituciones que tienen, que están en SDR,
we have the National Meteorological Institute, University of Costa Rica, Costa Rican Electricity Institute, National Center of High Technology, local governments, private consulting, spin-off, and pymes.
Dentro de las instituciones está el Instituto Meteorológico Nacional, la Universidad de Costa Rica, Instituto Nacional de Electricidad. Tenemos también el Centro Nacional de Alta Tecnología, gobiernos locales, consultas privadas, spin-off y pymes.
For the IMN, after the Costa Rica online workshop, the capacity to create products increased considerably, and the hard work of the product generation staff based on the files that we get of the GRV is now policy available for utilization of our department's meteorologists and can be seen in data link.
En el caso del IMN, tenemos que, gracias al taller dado en octubre del 2020, la capacidad para generar productos en el país mejoró considerablemente. Entonces, esto permitió generar diferentes paneles con productos del COVID-16 que se pueden ver en el siguiente link.
The GeoNetcast A is not operational now, but it is being checked and will start working again soon.
El sistema GeoNetcast no funciona por el momento, pero será revisado para ser reparado.
And the satellite products are used daily for the briefings with civil protection authorities and constantly at the airports.
Los sistemas de satélites son utilizados diariamente para dar información a las autoridades de protección civil y continuamente a los aeropuertos.
The experience of the 2020 workshop was very valuable for us. It will be great if another similar event took place this year or the next one, as we have renewed part of the personnel and they need to participate in these workshops.
La experiencia del 2020, el taller del 2020 fue una experiencia muy importante para nuestro país y nos gustaría que se volviera a repetir, ya sea este año o en el siguiente, porque gran parte de nuestros trabajadores fueron nombrados hace poco, entonces queremos que pasen por esa experiencia.
Eladio said thanks to SDRG for the hard work and dedication and for always being there wherever we need help and assistance.
Eladio dice, bueno, muchas gracias al SDRG por el gran trabajo y la dedicación que le ponen en su trabajo.
And in this slide, we can see the satellite products for the IMN.
En estas imágenes se pueden ver los productos satelitales que están en la página web.
For the ICE, Dilana Vargas from ICE mentioned that the main access tool now is websites. They request the GIDARE a while ago and recently got to the budget approved. So we will install it during the next month.
Dilana Vargas del ICE menciona que el acceso que ellos tienen a la información se da por medio de la página web y que también hace poco tuvieron fondos para poder pedir un sistema GIDARE y que en los próximos meses será instalado.
And the weather monitoring, nowcasting, lightning report, extreme events reports, weekly forecasts, surveillance, what is that? Yeah, in general.
Entre sus funciones está dar monitoreo del tiempo, nowcasting, rayos, reportes de eventos extremos, dar boletines, pronósticos semanales y servicios en general.
For the University of Costa Rica, at UCR, we access the data in different ways, depending on the course or application.
En la Universidad de Costa Rica tenemos diferentes formas de acceder a la información dependiendo de la utilización que se le vaya a dar.
For example, for synoptic methodology or forecasting courses, the products are accessed via web, Makaidas V, and ATVI.
En caso de hacer pronóstico sinóptico, utilizamos páginas web, Makaidas o el IDV.
For meteorological instruments, a combination of AWIPS, WCT, Swift, Python, and web.
En el caso de instrumentos meteorológicos, utilizamos una combinación de sistemas AWIPS, WCT, Swift, Python y web.
For scientific programming in Linux, we mainly use the BDP.
Para sistemas de programación en Linux, utilizamos sistemas BDP.
And for real-time monitoring, the GeoNetcast A and the IDD are used.
Para sistemas de monitoreo en tiempo real, utilizamos GeoNetcast y IDD o GIDARE.
Wherever research requires large amounts of data, the BDP or class are used.
I just wanted to comment on this one a bit. In the case of Costa Rica, we actually put it together, the GeoNetcast, we put it together ourselves. So I actually was digging the hole with one of my students. He's doing a master's degree in Germany right now. So back then we dig the hole, we mixed concrete and everything. So the total cost of the GeoNetcast was about $5,000 for us, which is really cheap. Of course, NOAA sent us the receiver, which is greatly appreciated. Thank you, Natalia. Thank you. And yeah, we even we tried to align the antenna first, and it was a mess. So I used one of our sensors that we had in the lab and created a antenna alignment system, which was also very cheap. And it's pretty easy to do. And of course, Diego helped us quite a bit. Also Cuba. So thanks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Maureen, Giancarlo. Excelente. Our next presenter is Albert Martis from Curacao.
Okay, good afternoon to all, and thank you. First of all, thank you for the organizers to have me here. So I will start mentioning that also this is part of the work of the technical department that is working on this part in Curacao. So actually, before that, this is another approach is actually why we are doing this using satellite information and all kind of information, because what we have discussed at national level is that we are going through a digital transformation of our service in Curacao. Generally, actually, observation and forecast, what we are seeing is that in the future, monitoring, production, and dissemination will be actually automated, because we are getting a huge, how you can say that, requirements, but also users. I would like to have more specialized products. So that's why one or two forecasters, it will not be enough to make analysis of the different monitoring system, and after that start working on their products. So that's why we are working on automating all of our forecast products. Warnings. Warnings is also the same thing, but still we will need to have a forecasted validate the warnings before we issue them. So that's the difference between weather forecast and warnings. And then after that, the forecaster will be doing some briefings, working on partnerships, but also collaborating with the most important clients, such as the aviation clients, but also maritime requests that we will receive, and the public. By doing this is actually you will need then the detection. We have three pillars. You will have a detection pillar, a production pillar, and a dissemination. And you will see the same thing here. Satellite information or satellite data is one part of the huge data that we have to work with, and that the forecaster don't have anymore the time to look through all the data. I can tell you only about the satellite. If you ask a forecaster in the afternoon after his while he's finishing his shift, you can ask him, okay, which channel did you use today to check your weather, to monitor your weather? And he will tell you only maybe the visible channel and the infrared. And we have about 16 bands and a lot more products, but they will not have sufficient time to use them. So that's why it's important to find a way how to automate all of this. And the production, there again, you will see the products is increasing. Everyone would like to have the special products. So that's why we have a lot of products right now. So this is again a way that moving forward. So what we will see is actually how to validate the warnings. Up till now, the text will be there. So by observing all the data, all the models, the satellite information, this is a kind of product that the system will produce. And the forecaster will see this product, and then he has to check, okay, if it is okay with the satellite, do I see some ideas in the satellite information that I have in front of me that for sure there will be flooding? Or the radar, do I see something of the radar? And or I'm already seeing some indication on the weather observation system. So, and there is actually where they will push the button and see, okay, I will publish this watch. What's also important for us is actually right now, we're using the GO 16 and we have 16 spectral bands in it. But also very important is actually we have to continue to develop new products in order to see more details, especially for the tropics. One of them, I already heard that before me. It is actually the Sahara dust. The Sahara dust is a huge problem right now in the Caribbean, especially when we have also high temperature. Together with the Sahara dust, it will be very complicated for the general public. So that's why we need to have more specific studies on the different satellite images so we can integrate them and produce better early warnings for the general public. The GLM is also a very important tool that when there is a tropical storm or extreme event in our area, from the GLM data, we can extract the cycle of the system. And that is important. So that is also important for us. And one thing we are envisioning is the product SIGMET, that maybe we can automate that product that using the GLM, it will can automatically produce some products also for the aviation. The other thing is also important to know how to use this kind of data and try to figure out how in our office we also can develop new products. One of the products that we are using very often is right here in this neighborhood. Those are the products of the SIMS, that where we are combining divergence area of wind together with the clouds. So there is already, you can get a better monitoring tool about where are the areas that we have to continue to monitor. This is actually, so this is, I also heard a lot of the program that we have to find a way to deal with it. That is actually the files that normally all the satellite information is coming with, NetCDF and also HDF5. Those are the ones that we are using, and we have start developing some Python scripts around it, and we're looking on the internet. So it's important to note that this is actually the way that we are working on in Curacao. For example, identification of cumulus and CB, cumulonimbus. These are the images of our radar that we are able right now to detect areas of cumulus and CB. So that again is kind of starting doing some machine learning with Python and to make the products that will be used during the severe weather. And you also can combine radar data with GLM data, with satellite data. So you can combine them, all of them. So that will give you a better certainty of what's going on in your area. So this again, one tool that we also are using right now is the Macaides that is available on the internet. We have downloaded the program and we're using actually to monitor also our system. But there again, is actually, we would like to have more information of this Macaides to get a way of support that we will be able to further develop it, because we see in Curacao that we don't need to start developing everything from scratch, but we have to find a way to use all existent system that are already available for us. And that is actually the way we see that we would like to further develop this together with the experts of the Macaides. For us, we have in Curacao, we have a RGB in Curacao, but still we would like to have the GeoNet cast data because we know that's more products in it. But also the NWIN, we had that one too. And that is something that we would like to continue to use. Polar orbital satellite data. That is also, I heard it, I think from Cayman Islands. Sargassum is also a problem for Curacao. So if we will have this kind of information and we can develop some script where we will be able to further monitor the progress of the Sargassum also in our area. For that, I would like to thank you. This is a short update, and we would like to further develop our expertise together with other ones. especially on the area of Python. We would like to have a hands-on Python training in Curacao. And that is something that we see that we will be able to do it because we would like to build on all the different data sets that we have nowadays to start working, automating everything so that the forecaster will have more time to spend with the different clients. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Albert. Muchas gracias. Our next presenter is Sandra Torres, de Ecuador. Un momentito.
Buenas tardes con todos. Mi nombre es Sandra Torres. Soy especialista en climatología del INAMI, Ecuador.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sandra Torres. I am a specialist in INAMI.
Especialista en climatología.
Specialist in climatology at INAMI in Ecuador.
Respondiendo a la primera pregunta sobre si nosotros qué datos satelitales no los tenemos de momento, les puedo comentar que con el ECU 911, que es el Instituto de Seguridad del Ecuador, estamos por adquirir una antena GOES 16 para esta transmisión en noviembre del 2022.
So at the current time, they are working, they have some budget to work on trying to get an antenna for receiving a GRB, right? For receiving GOES 16 and 17 data at the end of this year, around November.
Hemos revisado la plataforma de todos los productos que se tienen y dentro de ellos nos ha llamado la atención, por ejemplo, el NOAA Flood Mapping Products. El principal uso sería para, en este caso, el mapeo de inundaciones y todos los temas relacionados con la agricultura.
So they've been revising different products from LEO and GEO, and one of the products that really generates interest to them is the flood maps. So they want to work and apply that for applications on mostly flooding and agriculture.
En el INAMI tenemos 4 direcciones. La dirección de estudios ha tomado varios temas, en este caso el índice de vegetación, y estimamos también estos 2 productos importantes como lo son Top of the Canopy Enhanced Vegetation Index and Top of the Canopy NDVI para validar los estudios que hemos realizado ya en nuestra dirección.
They have several sections inside INAMI, and one of the sections is been working a lot with Top of Canopy Enhanced Vegetation Index, and also with NDVI, and they're conducting research and applications on these products.
2 instituciones importantes en nuestro país que son Amazonía sin Fuego y Servir Amazonía. Son instituciones que ven el tema del fuego como algo muy importante y trascendental para evitar las muertes. Y estos 2 productos que son BIRS Active Fires Algorithms, nosotros los tenemos que potenciar definitivamente y finalmente tener estos boletines para poder informar principalmente en la época de verano que tenemos este problema de los incendios.
So there's 2 separate institutions that deal with the problems of fires in the country, and this is a problem that they have, especially in the Amazon rainforest during the dry season. So they've been evaluating products, and they are interested in working more with the BIRS Active Fires algorithm for applications on that.
En la dirección de estudios hemos trabajado con productos como IMER, TRIM y otros productos para precipitación. Hemos encontrado que se sobreestima, sobre todo para la zona de los Andes, y los hidroestimadores, en el caso de pronóstico, ellos los utilizan bastante. Entonces, tenemos que potenciar el uso de esto y sobre todo para el manejo del tema de inundaciones, que con la Organización Meteorológica, en este caso, hemos venido trabajando con otras herramientas.
Other products that they use a lot are the hydro estimators that helps them, especially with regions without stations. The one problem that they have is that in Ecuador, they usually largely overestimate precipitation, but they are working on that, and they want to improve the application of these into their forecast system.
En el caso del uso de todos los productos de la NOAA, con la plataforma GRATS, hemos desarrollado y utilizado algunas de las variables que se cuentan en la misma, y tenemos la generación de varios boletines, y en este caso a diferentes escalas, 3 días, meses, dependiendo de los usuarios en este caso.
So a tool that they use, a software tool that they use is GRATS, for example, and they use it to analyze and forecast the weather. And they also produce bulletins that are sent to the public. As you can see, they also have categories for different warnings.
Lo que se necesita en este caso es la capacitación, en este caso a bajo nivel, para el procesamiento de todos estos productos y sus imágenes crudas.
So something that they need is training, especially on the processing of these different satellite products, and they need to work on satellite tutorials.
Estos tutoriales pueden clasificarse en diferentes niveles, que son para principiantes, intermedios y avanzados, ya que, por ejemplo, les comento, en el Ecuador no se tiene una especialización en meteorología a nivel de pregrado, entonces lo que se hace es capacitarse a nivel de maestrías en esta profesión, entonces se necesita tener estos tutoriales en diferentes niveles.
So they want to work on these satellite tutorials, but they need to work in different levels. One problem that they have in Ecuador is that they do not have a career of meteorology. So most people that are involved in the field actually have masters in meteorology. So they have different degrees of understanding.
La resolución espacial y temporal es un tema trascendental y que necesita tomarse en cuenta, ya que muchos de los productos y los eventos que se tienen en el Ecuador requieren que estos sean cada vez más detallados.
So,
¿Detallado? Otra vez. Bueno, la resolución espacial y temporal es muy importante. Esto principalmente porque todos los eventos que se tienen, mientras se tenga una mayor resolución, van a poder, por ejemplo, en el Ecuador hace un mes tuvimos un evento de deslizamiento de tierra. Esto se produce en este caso en minutos. Entonces, la capacidad de estas imágenes satelitales de llegar a ese detalle para productos específicos debería darse.
Okay, so they do have another problem they have in Ecuador is the resolution. They have a lot of micro scale processes that they're very hard to track and find. So that's an issue that they're having, and they want to work on see if they can somehow improve their ability to detect things like mudslides, for example, which develop very rapidly.
Los recursos humanos y la tecnología limitada son otro de los problemas en Ecuador.
Another problem that they have is human resources and technology. They tend to struggle with that.
Las personas se están jubilando y se tienen otros, en este caso, otras prioridades. Por ejemplo, resolver problemas como tenemos un proyecto de inversión, el cual necesita que la gente esté en la oficina y no en estos temas como prioridad.
So a particular problem they're having is that lately a lot of the personnel is retiring, actually. So there are new people coming in, and since there are other priorities to use their funding, they have this limitation with human resources at the moment.
Las necesidades técnicas, en este caso los datos y toda la infraestructura y la capacidad de almacenamiento es otro de las limitantes para poder trabajar con datos satelitales.
Another big limitation for them is the technological, especially the capacity to archive data. That's a big limitation, and also the programming skills.
En las capacidades de programación, se ha dado capacitaciones con el software RStudio, que es un software libre. Sin embargo, vemos que en este caso todo se está dando en Python, entonces debemos dar un cambio trascendental para poder manejar en un solo lenguaje todo este sistema.
So regarding the programming skills, they have received some training on R, but now they're becoming more aware that almost everything is in Python. So they they would like to get some training in Python to be able to move in that direction.
Entre los requerimientos sobre las instituciones, se necesita varias reuniones con las mismas y esto también toma su tiempo y debería ser una prioridad dentro de todos los servicios meteorológicos.
So they also would like to have like more meetings and more interaction, and I think this should be a priority on the weather services.
Finalmente, todo esto necesita un financiamiento y este financiamiento es el que se logra luego de la coordinación y la importancia de todos estos productos hacia los usuarios finales.
All this requires funding, and they believe that this funding may be able to develop if they improve this coordination and between institutions.
So thanks for your invitation. That is my contact here. If you have any question, please ask me.
Gracias, Sandra. Thank you very much, Sandra. Muchas gracias. Antes de nuestra próxima presentación, before our next presentation, just a quick update. We had scheduled a meeting until 6:30, but we have talked with the organizers. We'll be able to use the room until 7 p.m. So we have 50 minutes more, okay? Our next presenter is William Abarca from El Salvador.
Good evening, everybody. Hola a todos. My name is William Abarca. I work at the Observatorio de Amenazas Naturales, Natural Hazards Observatory at the Ministry of Environment and Natural Resources at El Salvador. A little bit of context, the MARN is the only institution in El Salvador that provides the information related to natural hazards and their possible impact on the population. So it includes all the areas from meteorology, hydrology, geology, together in one place. So the main hazard in El Salvador, it is from the raining, because raining affects, we have flooding, landslides, etc. So as for requirements in this case, I know it could be very complicated because of technical limitations, but something I would like to see is we have the full resolution of GOES 16 band 2, and also we need to have access to oceanographic data. And we also want to have access to atmospheric pollution data. This in order to have a better monitoring of possible hazards in El Salvador. Regarding the oceanographic data, we have Pacific Sea. So we need to start working in the processing and visualizing of those products. Actually, we are receiving satellite data mostly, we access from internet, but we also have a GeoNetCast system, thanks to NOAA for the support. And we are processing those data. We are using Showcast system, thanks to Diego for the developing of that platform. It's mostly Python. We have a website. Can I open it? This is to show what we are doing. We have several regions. For example, we have El Salvador, and we also provide processing of the 16 channels for Central America, include the last image and animation of the last 25 images. Also, we are processing a lot of LEO products. For example, one that is being most used for the fishers at El Salvador is the ocean color, the chlorophyll concentration. This is one of the most popular products used by other institutions. And recently we started to combine satellite data with another products. In this case, for example, from the National Hurricane Center, we have the possible track of the tropical systems, and we are integrated that in the processing. We also have internet access. We using Makaidos B, serial slider, and the GOES viewer from NESDIS. What do we need to use Embedder? Well, we have a lot of products. We have a lot of access to a lot of information, but we need training regarding the product interpretation. There is, as we saw yesterday in the survey results, there is some kind of trend to remain only with the basic satellite channels, visible and infrared. But there is a lot of products like RGB products that need to be used, and people need training regarding that product interpretation. Also, we would like to start with the data assimilation in regional models. We are running WRF model, and we are planning to use satellite data in the assimilation process. Also, we need training for the application of those satellite data, for example, for nowcasting, forecast, agriculture, climatology, etc. And we need also training in the processing and visualization. For example, something like AWIPS could be very useful for us to integrate all those products in one platform. But also we know that it requires some budget to do that. And we are thinking to move to more free open source solutions like Showcase. Those are another examples of the processing we do. We have, for example, the sea surface temperature. We have precipitable water, also vegetation. And the tsunami warnings that came from the GeoNetCast systems are a good source of information in case that, for example, in El Salvador, we have problems with earthquakes. It's a very frequent problem. So in those cases, internet could not be available. So we have the alternative to use GeoNetCast system and have access to those warnings. And finally, the technical needs, as we have been talking about the storage capabilities. It's a very big problem for us. In case we want to storage for historical, I don't know, for past studies of past events. Also, with the increase in the availability of products, we need more processing power. And also, a main problem we have is with the reception hardware or upgrades or replacement parts. In case of our GeoNetCast stations, we have 5 stations, but currently only have 2 of them fully working, and we need to reactivate the remaining ones. So also another problem we are facing is with software updates. In this case, the fast software to be installed in newer operating systems. We need an updated version. So this is kind of a problem because For example, in El Salvador, the IT guys have their own security protocols, and we need to migrate some systems to newer operating systems, and we need a newer version of the fast software. And the challenges, one of the challenges is the validation of the products, for example, the rainfall rate with local surface measured data, and also the GLM. We also have access to a regional network for detection of lightning strikes. So it would be nice to validate those products. In this loop, you can see an example of the storms we had. This was associated with Bonnie a few weeks ago. And as I say, we would like to integrate satellite data with model products and assimilation and visualization. And finally, the requirements, we require constant training in the application and interpretation of those products. And also the collaboration with other institutions is a very important thing, because we can only advance together as a group, not as individual countries. And that's all for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, William. Our next speaker is Joel. So, Joel, can you hear us?
Hello there. Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Are you able to watch my screen?
Sí, adelante.
Okay. So you ask if there is any specific data that we require by our institution. At the moment, as we were able to see in the poll yesterday, the data resources we have a lot of resources to download that information. So far, we don't have much problems acquiring this information, except for some specific information. I was able to speak with some of my companions here at the institute, and they requested some dust, aerosol data, some very specific data, if it's available from partículas menores a 10 micras. I don't know how to say that in Spanish, but they are known as PM10 and PM2.5, CO2, O2, NOx, and etc. And what are we using the information right now? So far, we are using mostly the information from Amazon Web Services, GOES 16. So mostly is geo information. We have some very specific products, not only plotting the classic bands, which will be visible, water vapor, and infrared. So we are using also some products like GLM, the rainfall rate with quantitative precipitation estimate. We are also extracting the value of the pixels for very specific applications. Here are some applications we are using it at the moment for volcanic ash monitoring. So these are three different events that are showing at the top left, volcanic ash. On the right side is SO2, and on the bottom of the slide, here we have a 2D plot from radianza maxima, maximum radiance. We were able to have that information before from MODIS. There is a web page called Modbook, but we are using now the GOES information. The advantage of using GOES information is that we have information for the volcano every 10 minutes. And we are also using other information like Landsat, Beers, Suomi, which has stopped working a week ago, I believe. Here is a plot of aerosol from GOE 16 on the right side. That's an event from Saharan dust. We are also using the satellite information for chlorophyll concentration and sea surface temperature. Well, about the technical needs, we only have some technical issues with the GeoNetcast installation, and we will require some help. Also, we need some training for the current personnel. Since the pandemic, we have changed a lot of people here at the Institute. And what challenges do we have? We need, like any other institute, more processing capabilities and storage. A recommendation, I was speaking with some other friends, that it would be good if we have all the information available at one site. One site that has been working really well for us, it's Amazon Web Services, but there's also resources like Google Earth Engine. The advantages of Google Earth Engine is that we don't require any storage or processing capabilities, but we can process that on their platform. Requirements for the Institute and hardware, which would be mostly that. So that will be all the information I have to share with you.
Muchísimas gracias, Joel. Thank you very much. Now we're going to move to the next speaker, which is Gabriela from Mexico.
Good evening. First of all, thanks for the invitation. Thanks for letting me join this group. It's an honor. I work at the National Autonomous University of Mexico at the National Laboratory of Observation that it's inside the Geography Institute. And the name may sound pretentious. It's Laboratorio Nacional, National Laboratory. And it's not because we wanted to make it that name. It's the National Science Council approves projects that are entitled to deal with national problems and to be the central focus of information or research, also research. So that's why we're validated by the National Science Council, and it's our goal to distribute information for all the country. Okay. So what we require, we are, as many other groups that have already stated, we need higher resolution information for specific issues like sargassum. We are also having a big problem in the most important touristic area in Mexico, perhaps, that it's the Riviera Maya. So we need to have better ways to deal with that problem, to forecast and to monitor that kind of problems. We need also in the same, dealing with the same problem, we need to extend the coverage of polar images to the east, so we can detect the sargassum further east in the Caribbean Ocean. And we have had in past several attempts to approach to the Caribbean countries to have a joint project to forecast and monitor sargassum. And we need that kind of information to be able to provide information to the Caribbean countries. Goes west, it's part of our needs to extend the area that we are monitoring in the Pacific Ocean. And we also need higher spectral resolution images to deal with the pollution. You know, Mexico City, one of the most polluted places on Earth. And we need to do a better job with that problems. So LANOT, its main objective is to receive, process, and store and carry out the distribution of remote sensing for several purposes, not only meteorological information, but I would say environmental information, and also to study the interaction with society. We are inside the Geography Institute. We have a geographical approach, social, economic, and etc. So in that way, we first of all, we have research, we have education, we have a lot of students. We are one of the biggest universities in Latin America. And we also have the purpose of distribution. So we deal with, well, we distribute information for many governmental institutions in Mexico. We don't have the responsibility of warnings or disaster prevention. There are governmental institutions that do that, but we provide the information to those institutions like SENAPRED, it's National Disaster Prevention Center. We have been working very close with them to have products like atmospheric information or ash. For instance, I'm going to present a poster later this week, and I'm going to talk about those issues like sargassum or ash, the products we're developing. So I don't have it right now. So we also work, we are part of a consortium. The LANOT is inside the university, but it not only is the university, it has participation and from other institutions like Navy in Mexico. And they produce their own products inside the LANOT, and then they send their products. So they have the whole meteorological information, satellite information that they produce are exactly from LANOT. So it's our bigger users. And sargassum, that has been an environmental problem in Mexico since 2013. Well, it's one of our main projects right now. We have developed an automatic processing, and we have vector information. So we pass from just having different colors in images to have a specific area that we can measure. And we are in a Geography Institute. We produce maps, and we produce a lot of information I'm going to talk about later. What do we need? We need to use them better. Well, we are, again, a university, and we have a lot of students, a lot of young people willing to participate, to learn, to do new things. But we don't have much, or we don't have much trained personnel that stays stability of the personnel. It's something we really need, because there are a few positions in that area, and we cannot grow further. We are really busy. We are a few of them. Training is always something we require, because if not, we are the time we invest in training or figuring out how to do things, it's too much. So we also need to have a good level of communication, I mean, internet communication between institutions to, because we have good internet connections, but the institutions that receive the information don't. So it's not equal. So it's it is a big problem. So we need, well, of course, we always need processing and archiving capacity from technical point of view. We need high-speed internet again. And the challenges is to have a good data distribution. We need to have means to make the data viable. I mean, the problem is we have a lot of information and we need to improve the ways we get the information to the users. Portals, FTP services, whatever it's needed, because the institutions need it in a different kind of information. So we need to deal with the big user as well to the student that may need some information, or the politicians that needs to make decisions. So we need different type of data in different type of distribution. Well, we can always improve the coordination with different institutions. We are in the academia, and we need to communicate with the government, the people that it's making the decisions. We're just scientists. So we need more awareness. We need to not only have the information, but make the public aware of the importance of that communication. And also, of course, last but not least, it's budget. We need to have more stability in the money that is coming to us. Every year we're struggling with getting budget to maintain or to grow both. So I think that's it. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So we have 3 more. Peru. Let's try to keep it under 5. Mantengámonos por debajo de los 5 minutos.
Are you able to share the presentation here in Zoom? Because we are not watching the presentation.
Oh, okay.
Well, I try to speak in 5 minutes. English, let's go. I try.
Can you see it now at the Zoom?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Joao Guaman. I'm from Peru, Tsunami National Weather Service. And well, I initiate my presentation with a context of area of satellite in tsunami. Well, in tsunami, there are no official satellite area. There are a group formed for 2 persons, a friend and me, and this group is inside of the forecast office. This is the reason why our activity is focused on monitoring of the weather and make product for nowcasting. Well, in the beginning, we received the data for GeoNetCast. In this plot, I represent the data that we use it. Then Tsunami purchase GRV, and according the arrival time of the data, we use different data. For example, GRV, the data arrive first, then GeoNetCast, and then GRB data level 2. Well, we make this split of the data because in some time in 2020, GeoNetcast just share 5 channels, and for us it was necessary change the threshold of the GRB. Here is an example of the differing of the result of change the threshold, and to do that we need more than 5 channels than GeoNetcast share. This is the reason that we made a split of the data. Well, then the received failed, and this happened at the beginning of the pandemic, and the product that GeoNetcast shared was downloaded from Amazon. And in this context, we use the data, satellite data. Sorry. In Peru, we are not has a radar, and we need to make a nowcasting. In this context, satellite data is our eyes to know what happened with the time. So the problem is there are a lot of information, a lot of channel, a lot of product, and for the nowcaster, for the forecaster, it's very difficult see all the information. Here, the idea is develop, or the idea was develop an algorithm that help to forecaster identify the more severe area to make the nowcasting. This algorithm use a lot of methodology of foretrack made by Daniel Villa. And when now Eric going to donate receive it, and now we going to use again the product level 2 of the GeoNetcast. And with that, we also going to again use the product as rainfall estimation and clear sky mask that we use especially for phenomenal that is the idea of this product is has an idea the what is the temperature at surface, because there are event in the winter season when the temperature decrease because there are no clouds, and this product is very useful to get an idea of the extension of the event. When this is the requirements of the tsunami, our requirement is more focused on the have access to all data of the product that currently GeoNetcast share. For example, clear sky mask is shared for 3 times. I would like a lot if GeoNetcast can share the data for every 10 minutes. This is a list of the product. I would like if you increase the more data every 10 minutes. And this is the list. There are 2 products that GeoNetcast not share. One is wind estimated, and the other is flash extent density. Wind estimate will be very useful to identify some event near to Lima, the capital of Peru, where make the weather cloudy or without cloud. The other product is the flash extent density. The idea with this product is make a tracking or forecast of the area with lightning. currently, Jonet gas share a flash density, but with flash density, it's very difficult make a extrapolation of the area with lining in the next time because the area change a lot time by time. But in my opinion, with flash extend density will be more easy make a track of the area with lining. And finally, I would like share with you a library in Python that I developed. This package, the idea of this package is help to any person that need download the data from GOES 16 and 17, process the data, make the plots, and for everything that the people can do. This is the link. I think that this tool will be very useful for Chile, for Colombia, and from Curacao, because has in this code is all my experiences working with AV, with GLM, and well, espero que les guste, espero que les sea útil. Muchas gracias. Hoy, 7 minutos, disculpa.
Thank you, Joao. Now our next speaker is Carol from Trinidad and Tobago. So Carol.
Okay, hi everyone. I am Carol Subrath Ali from the Trinidad and Tobago Met Services, and I'm going to speak as quickly as I can go. It is not moving. It's not going. Oh, that was a bit too quick. All right, so just to prep you as to exactly where we are, we're stuck between the Americas, and we are one republic, the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, but we are 2 islands. So what that means is that we have 2 sets of budgets. So Trinidad has its own budget and Tobago has theirs. So what happened is that last year, Tobago acquired a GRB system, and they had training for their staff in October of 2021. And some of our staff from Trinidad also went. But we don't have a GRB in Trinidad where we have the main forecasting operations going on. So what Tobago have is all these lovely products, all the ABI and the RGB products. So what they tried to do was they tried to pipe the data and the images across to Trinidad. But what happened there was that it kind of incorporated what I would perhaps call a layered latency issue, where the forecaster there would upload the image and then it would come across via the internet to Trinidad, where we would try to access it. And of course, by that time, it's too late. So we ended up depending on Slider, Gold Stars Slider. Thank you, Sarah. It wasn't the best situation, but it certainly worked. Our applications include forecasting, nowcasting, climate studies, agromet. We look at extreme events, and we also try to put, this is a satellite image that we've loaded with our website where we put out our public forecast. So we advertise as well. And what we need would be continued training and dedicated staff. I know we talk about capacity building, but one of the problems that we have is that we try to train too many people in too many different things. So we don't get that specialized niche as you were. We also need to have increased technology, and not just with the training, but we also need to have increased infrastructure to support the satellite data usage. And also we have a problem with storage. We need a couple of NAS. What else can I think of? The satellite data that is required by Trinidad, and this is one of the justifications, we are an MWO in Piarco. So we were getting the satellite images. The refresh rate is static. We don't have our own system, yes. But the forecast data is needed for forecasting and early warning for both Trinidad, Tobago, and Grenada. So perhaps, and I say this very loosely, the current system in Tobago is perhaps just a little bit underutilized. And perhaps where it's needed, we don't have it. But we need to sort of convince politicians and the people who sign the checks on the dotted line that we really do need to get these systems in place. So again, lack of finances, definitely. We need to have finances to purchase the systems, to get staffing, dedicated personnel, and that is really a core area. We need to have access between the islands if we don't have our own just yet. One of the perhaps interim solutions would have been a submarine connection. Again, cost is very prohibitive there. So it comes back to the first point where we have lack of finances. We also need a parallel system because although we are two islands, the separation is very significant in terms of the fact that Tobago is further north. As systems come across the Atlantic, they're driven by Coriolis and they tend to veer northward. So Trinidad is a little bit safer, if you will, in terms of position, geographical location. So clearly here, the main identified issues, budgetary constraints, and we have no control over that. Some funding has been identified to be able to purchase a system for Trinidad, but there are some logistics to iron out. The time and the measures of control over that is out of our hands. Again, we have to depend on governments and the politicians and the ministries and the people who actually sign on the dotted line to be able to release funds. Right, so I think I'm just under 5 minutes. Great, thank you very much.
That's great. Thank you very much, Carol. And we move to the last country report of today, which is Venezuela. Julio?
Hola,
Okay.
¿me escuchan?
Sí, perfecto, Julio. ¿Necesitas traducción?
Por favor, si es tan amable, doctor.
Con mucho gusto, Julio.
Creo que no estás conectado.
Hola, muy buenas tardes. Soy Julio Cabanerit, del Instituto Nacional de Meteorología e Hidrología de Venezuela.
Hey, good afternoon. I'm Julio Cabanerit from the Institute of Hydrology and Meteorology from Venezuela.
La siguiente, por favor. Bien, nosotros tenemos una receptora de satélites del GOES. La adquirimos en el 2018 y debido al tema político de las sanciones contra el país, la empresa proveedora de servicios es una empresa norteamericana y dejó de operar en Venezuela. Y bueno, eso es un tema que ya no recibimos datos de este proveedor. Usábamos la plataforma Leads para la recepción de los datos. Y generalmente ahora usamos, todo lo recibimos a través de internet, de páginas web.
Ya, Julio, antes de... ¿Puedes hablar un poquito más corto? Sí me acuerdo de todo. So Venezuela purchased the station in 2018, but because of political sanctions, the enterprise that worked with the station was banned from working in Venezuela in 2019. So they are not able to use the station since then. They are using the platform Leads to visualize satellite data, and they also use online resources. Okay.
Bien, en cuanto a los productos y las aplicaciones, como todos los servicios meteorológicos, usamos para el monitoreo del tiempo atmosférico, seguimiento de perturbaciones tropicales, en climatología, en pronósticos, en modelización numérica.
Okay. So basically all the satellite data they're using right now is processed via internet, and they use it mostly for monitoring current weather. Some of the key things that they monitor are tropical waves, tropical storms, and so on, among other things.
Desarrollamos, disculpa un momento. Desarrollamos una aplicación, una app a través de Telegram.
Okay, they have also developed an app that in the institution to be able to download satellite data. Okay. Oh, no leyó lo último.
¿No?
Julio, ¿estás ahí? Okay. Julio.
La conexión está muy mala.
Okay.
Ahora volví.
Okay.
Que esta conexión está muy mala. Y bueno, sí, necesitamos capacitación y por supuesto mejoramiento un poco a las imágenes de mesoescala cuando pasa alguna perturbación tropical en la línea costera nuestra.
Okay, so the necessities that they have are they would like to have 2 satellite equipments for GeoNetcast. They also need training. They're requesting training, and also they would like better access to mesoscale imagery, especially during the passage of significant weather such as tropical cyclones. Okay.
Bueno, finalmente, como todos, necesitamos entrenamiento, tener acceso a los datos de satélite de nivel 2.
Okay. So
monitoreo de calidad ambiental.
Okay. So they need the key things that they need at the moment are training, especially the technical personnel. They also with more access to satellite level 2 data and servers for applications, especially on weather, on pollution. Okay.
Yeah, muchas gracias. Creo que es todo.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Gracias, José. Gracias a todos.
Gracias, Julio.
Muchísimas gracias, Julio.
Gracias, Marcial.
Muchas gracias, Julio, por la participación.
Gracias, Diego. Un abrazo.
Un abrazo.
Okay, so for this last section of today's meeting, we're going to move into new actions and recommendations for the SDR. So we have all these actions. I'm not sure if we should read them all over. Just mention them quickly. So the first one, we're going to organize periodic meetings with other SDR regional initiatives, as WMO mentioned. I think it's very important to do that. Also contribute towards the development of the multi-hazard risk system, also mentioned by WMO, and follow up on the creation of the Latin American meteorological satellite as well. As a result of the survey, to raise awareness on the SDR group's activities. Similarly with the regional survey, to raise awareness on the available in-person or distance learning resources, because as we saw today, different countries, they said we need training, we need this specific training, and the training is already there, but they don't know where it is. So it's very important to raise awareness. And the 5.6 is organize periodical meetings with the presidents and vice presidents of WG and committees to discuss possible collaborations. I think that one's crucial, and it's also a result of what we have been doing. These are recommendations. So we have 3 main recommendations. So asked for the translation of the COMET module about the ocean applications to Spanish and Portuguese, and also the translation of other modules. It's also recommended, Prioritization could be defined by the SDS members in future meetings at the teleconference. The SDR group recommends the organization of capacity building activities prioritizing LEO access, processing, visualization, usage, and integration with geodata. This comes also from the regional survey. And finally, to include in future trainings technical aspects related to the topic that contributes towards data gathering, product generation, and visualization. That last one is, I think, all the way from Canada to Chile. We heard today that technical aspects, it's on the way of satellite data requirements. So we need to figure out how to include in the trainings these technical aspects as part of the trainings, or create specific trainings for technical aspects. I think we need to figure it out as a group. We need to figure out how to do this. And of course, with the collaboration with NOAA and all those who have these great needs, and we need to find a solution for this because it's been in our way for a long time. So I don't know if, well, we have also, you want to go over these ones?
Yes, we have also some pending actions from previous meetings to follow up with WMO members that have not yet nominated an SDR group member, and there are some countries that still do not have a nomination. So we are not going only to the formal, joining people to the group only through the formal way, but also through the informal way, because that's easier sometimes. So that's something we need to work. Action 4.7, it's very important to exchange information on good practices by the services for the internal dissemination, utilization, and storage of large amounts of real-time information, as well as for product generation, implementation, and interpretation. And that is something that we have heard today many times, and that is also important, and we need to keep working on that.
Can I just say something? We call it the infinite action because it never ends.
And 4.12, the SDR group members to remind their services to implement national training plans in line with WMO recommendations and to help coordinate within their services towards that effort. And that is something that we should cover on the next VLGM meeting, correct, Marcelo?
Yep.
Okay. And to finish, we have 10 minutes. We would like to propose we would like to propose the creation of some task forces. And this is something we could discuss in future teleconferences, but just for you to have an idea, based on what we have heard on the survey, previous events, and what we have heard today, we have had a significant progress in many cases with regards to data access, but we need to work on data usage in a higher priority. So we are proposing the creation of task forces to deal with processing and visualization, product assessment, and how would they work. Here we have a scheme showing how these task forces would work. So we would have task force number 1, 18 members, and we already have some volunteers from Brazil, Costa Rica, Peru, El Salvador, Guatemala, Argentina, and some other countries, Mexico, that would join us, that has volunteered to join us in this task force regarding data processing and visualization. How would that work? We would work together in including in our own services new products that are underused according to the survey, according to the feedback from the community. So this would be done by this group. And then after this implementation for these products is consolidated, we would facilitate the same, that the community could do that also by providing free scripts, free solutions in a common repository. So that would be very important. And the test, however, this group, most of the time, they are not aware, they would be not aware of which products should we work on, which would be the priorities in terms of, hey, these products are available, they could be very useful for the community, but they are not using it as needed. So we would need another task force related to product assessment that would provide some guidance to this first task force in terms of the priorities, which products, some experts in the second task force providing guidance in terms of which products the task force number 1 need to work. And then we would have this closed loop approach, as we are calling it here. And the SDR members that are involved with VLab activities would make these solutions, these scripts, known to the community through the training initiatives. So with that, we would have this closed loop, and new products would be included little by little to the systems of the different services across the region. So this is one proposal that we need to discuss in future teleconferences, but you may have an idea of how that would work. And here we have some proposed terms of reference that we can discuss on next teleconferences for both task force number 1 and task force number 2. Okay, and to finish, we have presented you the history of the SDR group yesterday, and based on the survey, on what we have seen today, one of the conclusions that we may get is that, as we seen yesterday, 80% of the members of the respondents of the survey said that they do not have any challenges in accessing satellite data, but 20% they have challenges. So we need to keep working on these people, with these people that still are not getting the appropriate data sets. However, we need to focus also on data usage. So that's one of the proposals we have. And until now, and the advent of GeoXO, as we have done with GOZAR, until we need to start preparing for GeoXO and the next generation, we would be working on these actions and task forces to include, to make the best use of everything that is available now in our region. So that's a very high level plan and way forward for the SDR group. We really would like to discuss this with you today, but unfortunately we do not have the necessary time. But now you have an idea of the possible actions and plans, and we should discuss that on next teleconferences.
Well, I think we have like a few seconds if there's like any crucial comments or questions, if you would like to.
We have 8 minutes.
Yeah.
Question.
I think Ken first, and then from Zoom. Jose, microphone.
Yeah, thank you. I like the idea of the task forces. I think that is definitely worthwhile to elaborate further on. I think what is also important to really look carefully at the terms of reference are these. The word task force, one may interpret it in different ways. Is it a standing group or a task force, and does it have a short lifetime or a indefinite lifetime? So, but I think the principle, I think, is very good. The other comment I just had was that also yesterday we were talking a lot about access to training data and translations, and that came again out here, and we did sort of put on the table the proposal to at least start to sort of look at priorities on how to actually achieve that translation, not just say, oh, we need translation, but then there's no plan. So I would sort of suggest SDR together with WLab would sort of try to come together with some kind of a plan on how to actually achieve it with some kind of timeline.
Okay, thank you. Había un comentario de Zoom, creo.
We have a comment on Zoom.
¿Alguien quería hablar en Zoom?
It was me, Joel.
Oh, okay, adelante.
I just have one question. How do you propose an SDR member?
Formal nomination can come from the PR of a country, but if you want to be part of what we do, you can just email us and we can figure out how to do it.
Okay, thank you.
Bernie?
Sorry.
Kathy?
Go ahead, Kathy Ann.
Oh, thank you very much. Very quickly, I want to re-emphasize possibly adding, I don't want to add, but consider a task team on training. It worked well with the SDR when we had, and we do have a lot of us involved in VLab as well as SIGWIG. So I think that is something that we could continue in, that we don't really have to include a separate one, but we just actually include it into the task team. And that will actually kind of link a lot of what is going on. So, and again, of course, with the languages as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bernie?
Bernie?
I was just going to say, I second the coordination on the translations, and maybe even in addition to VLab, pull in WMO ETR, because they have some, and well, and of course, Comet will be part of it in terms of their training resources on translations. But they might be a good partner in some of our training activities. So.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I think during VLMG, we're going to have a big discussion about translations.
Yeah, I think a lot of these issues, or a lot of the comments and challenges brought up cross with a lot of VLab training activities. So yeah.
Yep. Thank you, Bernie.
Any other comments? Nat?
Nat?
I mean, first of all, I really like this idea of task force, but I want to second Ken's note on terms of references to make sure we know what we're doing. But also, you know, NOAA is committed to helping this group, and we have great leadership support. Unfortunately, I couldn't make it for this meeting. Some of our delegations stuck with travel stuff. So, but I want to assure that it's on a higher level. But I wanted to add that we're working with WMO and CGMS community on developing best practices document on user readiness, and that's kind of lessons learned from GOZAR. So that kind of trickles to what we're going to do for GeoXO. And as you know, the engagement there is strong. So just wanted to add that. So thanks. Great job.
Thank you. To answer quickly to Ken's comment, the idea, as we see it, this task force would exist for the next 2 years before the next meeting, and then we can evaluate during those 2 years the goals that they can achieve, the dynamics of the group, and if we consider it to be something that needs to be permanent, then in the next meeting we can turn it into a permanent thing in the region.
Okay. From my side, from the regional office of the Americas, we would like to offer the support from the office to those task team, and if you need some help from us to write the terms of reference, or to get meetings, to organize meetings, or online teleconference. We are happy to assist you on those tasks, because this is our job also. So feel free to contact me or the office if you need some help on that.
Thank you very much.
Excellent. Any other comments, suggestions? Okay.
Well, if there is no other comments or questions, thank you to everybody who participated today. 16 countries showed us today what they need, what they have, and how we should proceed. So thank you very much for the information.
Very, very rich material that we have from now on to work and analyze and discuss. So we are very happy with the results of this meeting.
So sorry for the extra time you took from you today. And have a good night. Meeting adjourned. Oh yeah, photo. Yeah, photo. Thank you.
With that, we
please come
adjourn the
all the way
meeting.
to the front and take a photo, please.
Thank you very much.
Thanks,
Gracias.